What is the ending you propose? Get back to the show. See you on the big screen.
Really?
No.
No! God, please, no! No!
Welcome back to Torn Apart, and finally I moved out of my apartment and I'm here into a new weird landscape so that I can talk to you about films. And guess what? We're doing one of the longest videos on this channel ever right now, because it's gonna be a compilation of every single MCU project within Phase 5 reviewed by your favorite bold person, which is me, I suppose. Do you have any other favorite bold person? I will allow you Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is a really cool bold person. So we're gonna be jumping into TV shows, movies, back and forth. I think we're gonna be starting with TV shows actually, because those are the ones that probably not as many people have watched, because you need to invest way more time, and let's be honest, quality wise it's not that consistent. Am I right? So here I am. I did the work so that none of you actually have to do it. So if you don't care about the MCU but would still like to be caught up to watch certain films like Avengers Doomsday, for example, that is coming out allegedly next year, well, this is gonna be the video for you. Let's get down to business and get rid of the stuff that is not really that interesting but is useful to know. For example, the show is created by Kyle Bradstreet and it's gonna be 6 episodes long, and all of them are gonna be directed by Ali Salim. Of course, they're gonna be coming out on a weekly basis like all of the other MCU shows, and we don't really know the titles yet, so we don't really know what to expect. But I've been following a couple of interviews and backstories about this show, and one thing that we can say for sure is that it's not gonna be following the Secret Invasion comic book storyline, and it makes a lot of sense because Secret Invasion is kind of like a huge mess when it comes to how many different superheroes are supposed to be there. It's kind of like a smaller scale Infinity War at the end of the day, and I'm kind of glad that they're trying to change it a little bit and focus a bit more on the political / conspiracy part of the story, instead of focusing on like a weird cameo fest that they've basically been trying to recreate since Spider-Man No Way Home.
I know you can't wait to see Wong. I get it. I just want to make sure that you don't think this is one of those cameo every week type of shows. Just remember whose show this actually is.
We're kind of tired of that, right? I want to see some original stuff. I actually want to experience what it feels like to be in a specific universe, in a specific story. The stakes have to change from movie to movie, and I'm kind of tired of also seeing the same faces with no character development at all. And it's actually something I'm gonna be addressing when it comes to this episode, because we've got the same syndrome here, where basically it focuses on characters that we know, and at the end of the day it doesn't really give them anything interesting to do, and it gives you new characters and he doesn't have the time to explore them, because at the same time they're not these big A-list stars that we've known for almost 10 years. So the show itself doesn't really want to give the space or the time to new faces to shine at the end of the day and take control of the series as they probably should, because I'm talking specifically about the actor who is playing the main villain, of course, who for the time being it seems to be very stereotypical. And of course I'm talking also about the character who is playing Gaia, who is Talos' daughter, who has grown up since the first time that we saw her, so back in Captain Marvel, and she doesn't really have that much to do once again. It really feels like everyone is really going through the motion of this conspiracy theory that they've built up since the very first minutes of the show, and we don't really take the time to actually explore the human aspect of it at the end of the day, or even the alien aspect. So let's actually start deconstructing this episode and figure out whether it's gonna be interesting or not.
One last fight.
The first few scenes we get, for example, Agent Ross, who is basically talking to this incredibly weird like conspiracy theory person that we're not really supposed to take seriously just because he seems incredibly nuts. But at the end of the day, this show is called Secret Invasion, so it's incredibly weird to start a scene like that with someone we're not really supposed to trust. And I saw it from a mile away that Ross was actually a Skrull in disguise. To be using that to force Nick Fury back on Earth, I mean, you've seen most of the MCU movies that came out since Endgame. There are a lot of way more dark stuff that has happened on Earth and that he should probably be involved with at the end of the day, so it's incredibly weird to have involved him for this specifically. Also, it really feels like he doesn't want to be there. I mean, they try to address it a little bit within this series, and it's kind of like why this series I feel like it's not gonna work as well as other ones, because it kind of feels like it's kind of falling in the trap of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., meaning that it has to fill in a lot of narrative gaps that have not been explored for a really long time. And the Skrull chapter of the MCU has not been explored in almost any other movie but Captain Marvel, and I think you can really feel it here. You've got characters who are like saying things like, we've been developing the relationship with the Skrulls for 30 years, you don't understand this, you don't understand that, but it's not what we feel as an audience, and it's not something that they actually earned and developed within other stories, so it really sucks. Just to give you a reminder, the last time that we saw the Skrulls, specifically Talos for example, was in a post-credits scene in Spider-Man No Way Home, and that was back in 2019. So that was the last time that we saw Skrulls, if I'm not mistaken. Specifically, Skrulls were actually main characters. I'm not talking about Skrulls that are just lingering in the background or something like that. And the worst thing is that they were not even the main characters of that movie, because it was just revealed that they were Skrulls by the very end of the movie in a post-credit scene.
The little boy handled it. We helped.
Talos.
Come off it. How was I supposed to know that the whole thing was fake? I mean, that was all very convincing, you know, the performances, the illusion, that costume, the craftsmanship and that. I mean, this is just embarrassing for a shapeshifter. Fine.
Meaning that we still haven't had a single movie slash TV show where the Skrulls are the main characters besides Captain Marvel, which came out a really long time ago and was also taking place in the 90s and was very derivative at the end of the day. It didn't really fit perfectly within the MCU chronology as much as all of the other movies. Now we're supposed to care about the Rebel Skrulls. We're supposed to believe that Talos has been working with Nick Fury for such a long time and he's never had any doubts. It's incredibly weird. We're supposed to buy the fact that his wife has died mysteriously, because I don't think it's appearing actually in the episode itself or in any other MCU property. It's supposed to be like this incredibly like emotional moment, and it's one of the things that kind of forced Nick Fury as well to come back. I don't buy that. It's incredibly weird. It would have been incredibly easy to actually fix this. Imagine, for example, if the very first scene of this show was the death of his wife, for example, so that we anchor the show on like a strong emotional moment from the start, and we actually are looking at Talos as a point of view character instead of just a background character, because that's what he has been in the last 5 years at least. But no, instead they decided to do like a weird plot twist fake out using Ross and another Skrull that we don't really know and care about. This is the main problem with this series that I can see already, is that even though they're like presenting the Rebel Skrulls and they're presenting like new villains who are like kind of acting in this gray area, it's not black and white, it's complex and stuff like that. They're doing it for very like appropriate reasons at the end of the day. We don't really get to experience what it feels like to be with the Skrulls, and I feel like it would have been incredibly easy to just have an episode spent with them as a pilot, for example, and then to have a plot twist being like, oh, now actually we're terrorists, and then for Nick Fury to arrive, for example, at the end of the episode after we created like an emotional attachment to this new community of Skrulls. So it feels like the show is kind of like trying to do both at the same time. It's trying to make us catch up some lost time with Nick Fury, where we have no idea why he's left Earth for so long, and people are like, oh, he's been working on this super secret important project that is gonna defend Earth from space threats and stuff like that, the Saber project basically, and it's just stuff that is being told at us. It's not stuff that we feel, because in previous movies he literally said that he was on vacation, and that's how we believed it, like in a canonical way.
Oh my God! Wow!
and now they're trying to convince us that he's been depressed since the blip and that he doesn't really know like what his place is in the world anymore. And apparently the entire show is gonna be developing the Nick Fury character way more than previous movies, and he's not gonna treat him like as a cool character anymore, but as a real person. And you can see it from the very start. I mean, like, he doesn't really hide his scar anymore. He's limping most of the time. He's got like this huge beard, and he seems like he's just too old for this shit. Like classic, like Samuel Jackson stuff at the end of the day. So it makes him a very boring character as well. So we have to look at someone else. We look at Talos, for example, but as I said, there is no character development with him besides the relationship that they're trying to build with his daughter, a daughter that we never knew just because we knew her as a child. So we don't get attached to that relationship either. We just don't have the time to develop all of these things. The other person that we could get attached to is Maria Hill, who is a character that we've seen and known since probably like Avengers, so 2012 approximately. So she's been part of the MCU for a really long time, and it's actually kind of insane because she literally said in an interview, like the actress, that this is the most amount of range that she's been given within the MCU to actually like explore the character of Maria Hill. But spoiler alert, she dies at the very beginning of this show at the end of this pilot. And I was looking through different Marvel wikis and stuff like that, and they listed her character as deceased.
Nobody asked for your help, Patrice! You had it ready!
There's not gonna be a plot twist where like she's gonna come back at some point in the story. It really feels like from our perspective that she died there, and I didn't care at all. And it's insane. If you think about it, to have a character that has been there on our screen for more than 10 years, way more than 10 years, and to not care at all about her fate. Even if it's a fake out death, it doesn't really matter because I didn't care about the way that she died, and I didn't really feel the betrayal that she did because we know that the Skrulls like imitate each other. So these people should be way more clever than they are when it comes to trying to find like a system to figure out whether the person in front of you is a Skrull or a normal person. Like, these people are actually bad spies, and you cannot start like a show, a Secret Invasion show specifically, about people who are really bad spies. There is a moment, for example, where it's the three of them who have to look at Gaia. It's the only thing that they have to do, just look at Gaia as she's trying to deliver the different backpacks with the bombs inside, and God knows why the three of them lose sight of her, and she has the time to give the bombs to decoys who start running around, and the bombs end up basically exploding at the end of the day. It's the stupidest thing ever. These are our main characters, just to let you know. We've got a really old character who's literally too old for this shit. We've got Talos, who we don't really have the time to get to know him because, as I said before, it's been almost 30 years that this guy has been living on Earth, and we haven't seen any of that. And Maria Hill, who has always been a one sentence on a white sheet kind of character, and it's kind of a shame. They introduce some other characters. We see, for example, Don Cheadle's War Machine, who's talking to the president and stuff like that, but we've never really cared that much about Don Cheadle, especially when he's not associated with Tony Stark. We get a new character whose name is Sonya, who is working for the MI6, for example, and we don't really know why she's supposed to be there. She's just adding yet another piece of the puzzle of kind of like cliche 80s style espionage movies and TV shows. This is the main critique that I have actually about this pilot, and it's probably gonna be the same critique I have for the entire show. It's just relying on cliches, one after the other. The main mission of the Skrulls, of the Rebel Skrulls, is to bomb like certain places using like dirty bombs and try to create tension in between the US and Russia. That's something that we've been doing for like 40 years. It's insane. How could you actually write plot like that? It's so incredibly stupid. Like, it feels like it's been written by like ChatGPT or like a child, because there is no way that with like the incredible amount of creativity that you have at Marvel, that the only thing that you could think about espionage wise has to deal with Russia versus the US once again. When it comes to the villain, as I said before, we've got Gravik, who is the leader of these new Skrulls, and he looks like a bad guy, and most of the way that he acts and most of his plans kind of like reminds me of the Flag Smashers from like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the incredibly like underwhelming underwhelming series that we got like a couple of years ago. It feels exactly the same. I really don't understand why they're not trying to actually make this show interesting, because for the time being, I don't care about anything going on. It's not setting up interesting stakes, because I'm kind of done with like almost apocalyptic stakes when it comes to the MCU. Why don't you make it more personal? It's way more interesting. And maybe pick a side. Either show us what the Skrulls are doing and try to make us understand why they're rebels and why they're fighting for what they're fighting, or just show us the human side, for example. But don't do mediocre parts of each, because that's just incredibly stupid. Anyways, I feel like this was a rant, right? Because I honestly have nothing positive to say about this. I do have maybe one thing, which is the title sequence at the beginning, which, funny enough, was created by AI apparently. I'm pretty sure it was probably manipulated by special effects artists as well, but it's the only cool, impressive thing about it, and it's very often the case when it comes to MCU Disney Plus shows. The title sequences are really fun and really good, and I kind of wish that they put more money into the actual show and less money into the title sequence. Maybe think about that, Marvel. But that is basically it when it comes to this new episode of Secret Invasion. I honestly don't recommend this series for the time being. I might come back and give you an actual review at some point, but by using my own MCU geeky powers, I can probably tell you that this is gonna be quite underwhelming, it's gonna be quite boring, and at the end of the day, it's gonna be a disappointment. If it's not a disappointment, I will probably just apologize, go on Twitter and start typing, I was sorry, I was so wrong, but it honestly never happens. Like, if I look back at all of the other videos that I've made within this series here, I was almost 100% right when it came to building up the expectations of everything that was supposed to come right after. Those were my first impressions on the first few episodes of Secret Invasion, but what did I think about the whole season? I hated it, like everyone on the planet. Like, I thought it was an incredible waste of time. I read the comic book like edition of this story here, and it felt like the bargain bin version of it. Like, honestly, everything that could go wrong about this story was told wrong. It was depressive, it was not even well shot. Like, some of the SFX, if not most of the SFX, are completely disgusting. It introduces things that are incredibly life-changing when it comes to the MCU. For example, they introduce one of the most powerful character ever that has the powers of so many different Avengers put together, and I'm pretty sure that that is not gonna be a thing for the future. It's gonna be retconned without a doubt, because it's so incredibly stupid to do a thing like that without even talking about the action sequences, without even talking about how everything is just developing, and the wasted potential. This is a series mostly about wasted potential. Every single episode, you're sitting there being like, why did you actually make that choice? Why are we sitting here at the end of the day watching this crap? Secret Invasion is 100% like one of those shows that was mix and matched, like in post-production. It really felt like they didn't really have a clear idea of what they wanted to do. It felt like a bridging show in between different like movies at the same time. When it comes to Loki season 2, I really enjoyed the first season, and of course this was a problem mostly because of Jonathan Majors' exit of the MCU, so we didn't really know what this season was gonna be like, especially seeing things that we're gonna talk about later on with Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. Honestly, I thought this was gonna be crap, but it was actually really well done. I feel like the existential dread of being Loki, kind of stuck in time between realities and having the burden to actually save the entire universe / multiverse, that was a really clever thing to do. Also, great performance by Tom Hiddleston, without a doubt.
I thought it was spot on.
Honestly, back in the days, I didn't review this because I had nothing to say. I was like, there are some things that are a bit convoluted, because you're sitting there being like, it felt like two different plot lines being meshed together, especially kind of like trying to conclude everything with the variant of Loki, the female variant of Loki in the first season, and connecting it with Kang. Like, that part wasn't as well executed in my opinion, but as soon as you get to the finale and like time kind of like breaking down and Loki basically having to make a decision his ultimate sacrifice of becoming basically the Emperor of Time. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even want that title because he doesn't want the expectations, the responsibilities that go along with them. It felt like a really tragic end to that character, and I would be really happy if they keep it that way, because he's become so powerful that if he were to interact with other people, it would just not work. Can you imagine, for example, him going back to like a Taika Waititi like humor? It would just not work. And I really loved also how they ended up the story with Owen Wilson, that idea that he's finally able to enjoy his free will. That was also incredible. I just love the fact that Loki, even though he didn't want to be a hero, and he always was bragging about how he wanted to rule something, rule Asgard, rule Earth, rule anything, and then he refuses constantly to accept this role that he would be perfect for, and that he has to accept it in the end because he's the only one who can make that sacrifice. And just the whole journey that he's been through throughout these 2 seasons was incredible. And this series had the lowest expectations possible when you think about it, because they literally took like a Loki out of time, a Loki that also we didn't really care that much about, because I think he was exactly from the end of the first Avengers movie, if I'm not mistaken, meaning that we've seen him go through another character development journey that was really interesting, and now we have to reset everything. And they actually stepped up and they delivered something different that was still really, really enjoyable to watch. Honestly, 5 out of 5 stars.
You and I are the same. So, who's the monster?
And I feel like Kevin Feige really wanted to give it a new spin and give us a new interpretation of all of these characters and kind of like force them into the MCU. And I think he started to realize that he can't really do that, that he has to embrace the fact that these heroes, these characters, they perform so much better when they have more creative liberty, when they have a TVMA rating as well, which provides basically for more maturity when it comes to the themes that they're dealing with, but also the action sequences feel more real, there is more blood, there is more death as well. Honestly, I'm quite hyped for it, and this gives me a little bit of hope for Daredevil Born Again. But let's stop talking about the strategy, let's stop talking about the MCU overall and talk about Echo. Do you actually know what Echo is about? Let me tell you, just in case you don't remember what Hawkeye was about, or if you wanna know if you're able to watch this as a standalone series or not.
I have so many questions!
And the answer is yes, because they do a really good job at catching you up on everything that has happened in the last few years across different series as well. But this specific limited series is about Maya Lopez, and it is following, of course, the events of Hawkeye, which came out in 2021, and she's being pursued by Wilson's Fisk organization, which is leading her to return to her hometown in Oklahoma, where she must come to terms with her past, reconnect with her Native American roots, and embrace her family and community. I'm gonna start by giving you a little bit more context on the series and tell you my spoiler-free thoughts, and then we'll go and deconstruct every single episode, because yeah, I binge watched all of them basically this morning so that I could come here and give you my opinion and analysis. First of all, I had a really good time. Honestly, I would describe this as almost the Black Panther for the First Nations / Native American people. Of course, it's kind of reductive to describe it like that, because Black Panther was really about that, while this series has to kind of do the MCU thing of dealing with the past and having to unravel all of the machinations that were set up in the previous seasons to give us something new. We're always trying to do both at the same time. We're never actually 100% committing to just telling a completely original story. This story also has to deal with Wilson Fisk, his representation in the Hawkeye limited series as well. It has to deal with Maya's point of view when she was dealing with everything that was happening in Hawkeye as well. It is giving us a lot of different flashbacks on how Maya was raised, the death of both her parents, and how basically Wilson Fisk became kind of a father / uncle figure for her, which allowed him basically to manipulate her and to be the center of her universe. This is all a lot when you think about it, and the first episode episode has to deal with all of that kind of stuff, but it does it quite beautifully. And honestly, I was expecting this series to be bad, mostly because I was like, who is this person? Who is this Echo? Why are we interested in her? And they really managed to sell us on the idea of why she's an important character and why also she's related to Daredevil, to Wilson Fisk, and basically to their character journeys as well. She kind of reminds me of the Punisher as well, so Frank Castle, in a way that all of these characters are kind of born out of immense pain that they can't really channel into anything else but more violence. So this entire series is about having to deal with that pain and trying to transform it into something different, something more constructive, something that you can protect your family with, but it doesn't necessarily need to be just brute violence about killing people. Mostly because we've seen in the MCU as well, as soon as you kill someone, they either gonna come back or his friends, his families, his co-workers are gonna hunt you down. Basically like a cycle of violence that repeats itself constantly, and at some point you have to stop it. And I like those kind of stories. I really like when we're talking about rogue agents who are like craving justice, but it's mostly vengeance that they're actually craving, and them trying to learn that there is a different way of working out things. And I also like the idea that this entire show is really on women's perspective and how basically also women are not really allowed to express pain in the same way that men are. And it's kind of interesting how, thanks to Alaka Cox's performance, we get to see a Marvel hero who doesn't really smile that much, who doesn't joke around as much as everyone else, and that is really related to the fact that she's a woman as well, and what our expectations are just because of everything that has been established within the MCU. If you think about all of the other characters, because there are so many other women in the MCU who feel like they're just there as side characters, they're not really driving the narrative, and it's kind of annoying at this point. Jessica Jones is probably the only example of a main character who is suffered through a lot of pain, who is really damaged, who uses violence as well to express herself, but she kind of has a sense of humor and she has a fully fleshed out personality. And I really hope that we'll get more representation like that for women, just because we can't really represent women all in the same way. But the thing that we like about this show, its core strength is the representation. I know that a lot of people have been criticizing when it comes to the MCU, but this limited series does not exist without its representation of the deaf community, of the disabled community as well, because the actress herself and the character, not only they're deaf, but they're also amputees, so they have to deal with that in different ways. The action sequences are gonna feel different, and that's a big asset for this show as well, because it really feels quite fresh. And then we've got all the different community stuff when it comes to the First Nations narrative and world building, which is so interesting. I've done quite a lot of videos talking about how we don't really showcase the past from the First Nations perspective that much. There was a series that came out a couple of years ago called Maya and the Tree, which was basically about the Aztec community, if I'm not mistaken. And it was the first time ever that I actually got to see what it looked like back then. Even though it was through an animated form, it still gave us an idea of what society must have been back then. And it's quite interesting because we perceive reality through a very white colonialist perspective, and we just assume that everyone was savages before basically white people came and destroyed everything and rebuilt society in their own image. So we don't really get to have a look at flashbacks of these communities and actually try to relate to them and understand them outside of that perspective of savagery. And this is something that this show does quite well. All the flashbacks are actually well integrated in the story, because basically the main character is having visions. Basically all the ancestors are echoing through her to help her go through her character journey. And it works out quite well, because honestly I'm always there, always ready to criticize flashbacks, especially when they don't really serve a narrative purpose, especially when they do that kind of 50-50 split
bit where we spend as much time as in the past as in the present, and we don't develop any of them, and we don't really see the link in between them. I think the main reason why this show works so well, it's because it's led by people from that community, and it's led also by basically just 2 directors and mainly 1 writer as well. When you do stuff like this in limited series, you can really tell that you don't lose the focus of what the main themes of the story are, and you don't really lose the focus of creating cameos for other MCU characters and stuff like that. You're just telling one specific story and having as little influence from the outside world as possible, and it works quite well. The series was created by Marion Dare, who you might know because she's written quite a lot of episodes of Better Call Saul, and as I said before, it is directed mainly by Sydney Freeland and 1 episode by Katrina McKenzie. But I think we also need to give quite a lot of recognition to the composer of this show, because as you probably can tell, since the main character is deaf, she perceives reality in a completely different way that we do, and that works mainly through sound, because you basically have to translate what her perception of the world is to us, and you can't just leave everything silent like in a silent film. You have to express emotions in a different way, and for us it is done through music and soundtrack, and this is honestly one of the most interesting ways that they've done storytelling in the MCU in quite some time. But I'm talking about the composer Dave Potter, who you might know because he basically created the theme song of Breaking Bad, and he's worked on other shows like Better Call Saul, but also Preacher. I mean, if you look at the music that they're using here, it's mostly like that western kind of country look with kind of like an injection of First Nation music as well. There's a lot of vocal work as well and humming involved. It just really feels very genuine and very fresh, like something that we've never seen before. Honestly, if they did this with Moon Knight would have been yet another incredible show. Of course, it's not perfect because I think it has a couple of pacing issues. Even though it's just 5 episodes, it was kind of dragging once in a while. And there were almost too many scenes of Maya talking to the Kingpin, and every single time the scene got cut way too short, and then that scene would almost repeat a second and a third time, and I was sitting there being like, you could have done this in a much better way. Maybe if you just had a series of like 4 or 3 episodes. I know that it would have been quite a lot of world building, and it would have been impossible to do character development for secondary characters as well, but at the same time you still need to cut something if it feels like you're repeating yourself from a screenwriting perspective, if you know what I mean. When it comes to the fight choreography though, this is really cool. There are a lot of interesting fighting sequences, one that has been teased quite a lot that is in the first episode as well, and there are a couple of other ones as well. This show is quite brutal, but it's not as brutal as The Punisher or even Daredevil at the end of the day, mostly because, as I said before, it is addressing different themes, and this series is basically about Maya trying to get herself fixed, so trying to fix her own problems, her own issues, instead of leaning into the pain like other characters have done. And it's kind of cool because by the end of the series we can really tell that she's almost like a fully formed person who has embraced the past, the present, and she's going towards a better future. So honestly, I think it's quite a success. As I said before, this is 5 episodes and we get quite a lot of Kingpin. Of course, when Kingpin was killed at the end of Hawkeye, we knew he was not dead just because Kingpin is such a huge character. And honestly, if they don't do like a series or even like a movie or even like a tiny scene where Kingpin gets to meet Spider-Man, I think I will be quite upset because they have such a strong connection as well. Having said that, the Daredevil scene is quite cool. I'm kind of glad that it doesn't really have a full-on conversation with Maya because it really wouldn't make sense. And at the end of the day, Daredevil being there doesn't really make that much sense. So it's kind of like a plot device so that Kingpin kind of notices Maya even more, especially when it comes to her skill set. I really liked her fighting style, and I really like how she's kind of like using everything around her to fight. She's kind of like making different weapons, especially towards the end of the series. She's one of those people who doesn't really come from privilege, you can tell that, and she's trying to fight everyone with scrap, basically. Honestly, it's quite refreshing, especially because within the MCU we've seen so many people kind of like getting a suit without really giving it any meaning. And if there is something that I loved about this series, is how they actually give quite a lot of meaning to the final suit that she gets in the final episode. And this kind of reminds me of Batman. You know the moment in the Christopher Nolan trilogy when he's talking with Michael Caine and they're discussing what Batman actually means, the symbol, why he chose basically to use a bat because it scares him and stuff like that. That really worked, and I feel like it's never been done in cinematic history to really try to understand the psychology of Batman, of his suit, and everything that he represents. And I feel like here they're trying to do the same with Maya and the person that she's gonna be in the future. If you think about most heroes in the MCU, they automatically get a suit and get upgrades just because they need them for a specific fight. If you think about the Spider-Man, the Tony Stark relationship, it's a really good example. If you think about Ant-Man and the Wasp as well, there is not really that much meaning behind the designs of their suits. They're mostly functional because it allows them basically not to die when they're getting infinitely small or infinitely big as well. And I feel like most storytellers within the MCU are kind of like giving us all of these suits just because they exist within the comics, and we're kind of supposed to accept it. We're not supposed to challenge the fact that it's kind of stupid that anyone would hide himself within a suit like this that is so colorful, that is so weird, that attracts everyone's attention, where you literally just wear something completely black and anonymous and do the exact same thing effectively. They kind of like messed up when it comes to giving a personality to the suit themselves. I feel like we also need to address the superpowers that basically she gets from her ancestors, and that very often within the flashbacks it is basically said that these kind of powers manifest themselves when you're trying to save, protect your family, your community. And I was trying to analyze the moment in the train sequence, you know, where finally her powers manifest, and it's mostly because she's in danger. So I was sitting there being like, are you actually respecting your own rules of storytelling? Why is she there? Why is she on this train? And it's because she wants to stop Kingpin, and she knows that actually everyone in her family has been related to Kingpin at some point. So in some sort of way, even though at that specific moment what she's doing is saving herself, she's actually protecting her family, even though her main goal is vengeance against Kingpin and trying to get basically the same amount of power that he has. I kind of feel like they don't explore that enough. The idea that she wants to be Queenpin, that she wants to replace Kingpin and be a crime lord, basically. I kind of want to understand why she wants to do that. Why does she crave power? And what does she want to do with that power? Because it would make sense if she kind of like talks about the idea that with power she can protect her loved ones, she can protect her community. But within the series it is really clear that her community kind of like rejected her, mostly because of the crime relationships that his father used to have. And it makes a lot of sense why she distanced herself from everyone, because they were the first ones who rejected her and they never actually tried to get her back, besides her cousin Bonnie, who kept trying for all of these years. So I'm sitting here being like, is this actually what she wants? Get power to protect her family? Or does she want power just because that's what Kingpin kind of told her since she was a child, that it's the only thing that matters and it's the only thing that can allow you to protect yourself from the outside world as well? And without maybe realizing, she's trying to get that power to protect other people as well, but she doesn't really know how to get to it yet. If we talk more in details about the flashbacks, I really love the one in episode 3 about the Light Horseman. These are the kind of stuff that I'm missing more when it comes to cinema, when it comes to the TV series as well. This is also why I really need to watch Reservation Dogs, because I've heard that it's a really good show as well. And I'm sitting here being like, this is kind of like a better version than Killers of the Flower Moon. Because when I was watching Killers of the Flower Moon, I could really tell that it was still from Martin Scorsese's perspective, white people's perspective, and honestly, we're kind of tired of that. You can make a film that, yes, gives you quite a lot of information about First Nations community and practices and stuff like that, and traditions as well, but if you're still not taking their point of view, it's not the same. We're still doing a documentary about them. We're not really allowing them, giving them the power to tell their own stories. And this series here really felt like giving the power to the people of that community to tell their own story. And this is why at the end of the day, this is better than Martin Scorsese's movie. This is the hill I'm gonna die on, even though it's quite a weird hill to die on, mostly because this is the MCU, it's a superhero show. Episode 5 is also a quite interesting one, mostly because MCU shows are really bad at wrapping things up, giving us a satisfying conclusion to the story. They actually managed to do it in these 5 episodes, even though, as I said, it has some pacing issues. The thing that I like the most is the final fight, of course, the kind of girl power thing that worked quite well because it was introduced since the very first episode, starting with the flashbacks. Of course, it works quite well, mostly because it is showing the goals of these people, Maya as well, and what they're trying to achieve. And I also like the fact that she doesn't really resort to violence at the very end. She tries to use her power to heal Kingpin of his trauma, of his pain. And it's kind of interesting because this series is also about the Kingpin, and it's about the two of them, how they are very similar, but also how Kingpin has kind of poisoned her mind to be more like him instead of allowing her to be her own person. And I really like the idea that he's basically grasping at everyone, trying to create an emotional connection, and you can really tell that Kingpin really craves that. He craves the attention, he craves the love, and he doesn't really know how to basically express it without showing that he wants to control other people. And this is also why I think that the decision of Maya trying to save him, trying to cure him at the end is quite cool, because it shows how she's changed and how she's matured as a person, and she's gonna be different in the future. But it also shows how Kingpin kind of like is refusing to change, and he's been refusing to change for quite some time, mostly because he's really stubborn. And this is why I like that the only post-credit scene that we get in this show is Kingpin basically going back to New York, kind of giving up on Maya and letting her go create her own story, basically, with the teasing that he's gonna be running for mayor, which is a big thing in the comics, and it's probably gonna be related to Daredevil Born Again, because if I'm not mistaken, in the 3rd season of Daredevil, they were fighting until almost death, to the point that Daredevil was like, now you have to stop doing whatever you are, you have to make yourself as small as possible, get out of the public eye and get out of my town, basically. So this is of course an interesting thing to do with Kingpin as a character, and how to develop his journey through different streaming services and to end his journey. I really love the idea of sending him to New York to take control over it, but in the most legal way possible, and for Daredevil to be confronted with that, and a man that is basically untouchable. I really like the future of the Marvel Spotlight kind of MCU series that we're gonna be getting in the next few years.
You will go back to prison, and you will live the rest of your miserable life in a cage, knowing you'll never have Vanessa. That this city rejected you, it beat you, I beat you!
But if there's one thing that I liked even more, it's how they decided to end the final few scenes of this show with basically just Maya going to like this barbecue party that they're having, for them just to look at each other and kind of like understand each other, and for her to prove that she still wants to be part of everyone's lives, and that she doesn't want to be a loner like Kingpin, that she wants to be part of the community at this point. And it didn't really require that much. They didn't really talk. There was just music, sharing a couple of looks, and then cut to black. Those are the best things that you can do with like storytelling as a really good writer, where you don't really need any words to express exactly what you mean. That is really good work, and honestly I'm quite shocked that they managed to wrap things up so well.
Time to finish the road. Last one there is a nice person.
Follow me, my friend, to glory at the end.
Let's start with something easy, something chill. Agatha All Along, which was created by Jack Schaefer and is starring Kathryn Hahn. Something that I actually forgot to mention last time I was here talking about this series is that Kathryn Hahn's performance is incredible. She's been on so many different films across the years, and we've mostly seen her in weird Judd Apatow-esque rom-coms or raunchy comedies, and honestly I've never seen a good performance from her, as in like something that actually made me go like, oh, now I know what to refer her to when it comes to audiences if they want to look at something that she did, which she was incredible in. And now we have something, because she's incredibly in Agatha All Along, and there is something that I really enjoyed about it is the fact that even though it kind of starts like Loki, as in like we're taking a character out of the MCU, kind of like isolating him or her from the rest of the team and from the rest of the overall timeline or plot, and we're trying to redeem her / him and make her into like a sympathetic anti-hero kind of character. I was afraid that this was what the series was gonna turn out to be, but actually no, it wasn't. It was really clear actually the Agatha's character was pretty much staying the same from the first episode to the end, but it's mostly that our perception and our understanding of her character changed throughout all of the different episodes. And of course there are so many interesting plot twists across the way which kind of like help us and give us some keys of reading which make us understand basically what she's been through and why she is the way that she is. I also know there are a lot of hints like to comic book things, and honestly I haven't read any of those comics specifically. To be honest, any of the magic related stuff in the MCU, I've read absolutely nothing about them in the comics, which is a shame because I think it's definitely the most interesting part. And one thing that I loved about this series is, first of all, how Halloween-y it felt. I loved all the different references to, well, different witchcraft shows and movies, which is something I mentioned in my previous video as well. And I also loved how the magic looked and how all the demons and the creatures looked as well. I love the fact that even though the budget was definitely quite low, they really played with it. Every single episode looked different, and there were always a lot of interesting cliffhangers that basically made you want to come back the week after. This is probably one of the first MCU shows in a really long time, probably since WandaVision, that I've wanted to come back to find out what was going on. And the other one before this was probably Loki, of course, and maybe Moon Knight, but mostly because I was desperately waiting for it to get better. And it's also one of those series that like is so incredibly weird and not a lot of people know what it is about because they haven't read the comics. And I actually read some Moon Knight comics. And WandaVision, of course. WandaVision was one of those shows where you didn't know what to expect, because before WandaVision, Scarlet Witch was not really one of the main characters. She was an interesting character, but like she was always left on the sidelines, in my opinion. And it's thanks to the series that she becomes something way more powerful, way more interesting, and she really introduced the kind of like supernatural magic to the MCU a little bit more than Doctor Strange, because I always felt that Doctor Strange, just because as a character he's so scientific, he's so practical and logical, he doesn't really have that kind of supernatural magic feeling. He kind of has that more like Buddhist magical feeling where everything makes sense, and magic is kind of like science with an extra step, which is kind of like Thor explained it like back in Thor 1 as well. When it comes to Scarlet Witch, when it comes to Agatha as well, these are the first time that it actually feels like we're looking at magic. We're talking at people playing with tarot cards, we're talking to people who have been cursed, who do not have access to their powers anymore. We have people who have tragic backstories which are so interesting, and every single woman in this show has such an interesting way of portraying her character that honestly they stick to my mind. I was sitting here a couple of days after this show ended and I was being like, I actually remember these characters' names, I actually remember their faces as well and how they died or what they did in the show as well. And besides the characters, another way where I was able to tell that this was an incredibly well written show is the fact that once it ended and the plot twist kind of like came out of nowhere, even though there were a lot of Easter eggs of course, as I'm gonna mention right after, I wanted to see the series again, and this almost never happens. This probably happened only with WandaVision, and when I was like, by knowing this, it definitely gets better and better every single time that you watch it. Agatha All Along is the same thing. I love that basically they embrace the structure of WandaVision, where it's all about witchcraft and it's all about illusions and it's all about playing with your expectations as well. They redid that, but you couldn't see it coming, because I was like, there is no way they're gonna do it again, and they still did it again, and it paid off. That was the incredible thing thing about it, and also the tragic thing about it. One thing that I love about witchcraft within the MCU and the way that it's been established within this series, it's the tragedy behind it. A lot of people dying, making sacrifices, signing pacts with the devil as well. And at the end of the day, even though they are trying to become the most powerful witch in the universe, it never actually pays off, because as they clearly explain, there are different types of magic, different types of witches as well. And even if you become the most powerful witch in one specific like subcategory, you will never be able, for example, to heal someone. You will never be able to grow things out of nowhere like a green witch would be able to, for example, or you will not be able to create illusions out of nowhere like the Scarlet Witch is able to do as well. Do I have to say it? Spoiler alert for Agatha all along. All the different plot twists, all the characters being revealed and everything, because I want to go deep into it and tell you why I loved it so much. Billy is in this show, as in Scarlet Witch's son, and honestly it was quite cool. I love the way they introduced it, I love the flashbacks as well, and I also love the idea that like he's kind of like lost his memory, but he's not lost his consciousness. So he knows that he's not who he's supposed to be, but at the same time, since he doesn't have the memories that define him, he can't really like be his whole person. And that's something that is so interesting, like the idea of what makes us who we are and who are we at the end of the day, and basically how his journey kind of meddled itself with Agatha's journey as well. And also the whole idea that the ballad was basically created by Agatha and her son as basically like a scam to lure witches in and steal their powers is so interesting. And also the idea that this ballad has kind of like taken a life of its own at the end of the day, and it has become like a protection curse from certain witches, for example, and it also becomes something so iconic that people like almost think it as a fairy tale, as something that is definitely believed but that no one has seen with their own eyes, so they don't know really what to do with it. And I really love that, and the whole idea that Billy is able to use his powers without really knowing how and creates these trials for himself and for the witches around him is so incredibly cool. And I also love the tragic aspect of it. For example, that you see in the final episode where he finds out, of course, that everything was created by his own mind and his power, and his latent power most specifically. And I love that he feels guilty about basically killing these people, and he doesn't realize that, even though yeah, he was definitely behind all of the pain that he had to go through, at the same time he was probably the first time ever since the trial was never real that it became real. And for one witch in specific, it was real because she was able to get what she wanted from it. She was able to get unbound, to break the curse. And same thing goes with all of the other witches as well. One was able, for example, to finally piece all of the memories back together since her childhood, thanks to everything that was going on. And I really love that, the idea of basically a witch that is able to tell the future and other people's futures specifically, not being able to tell her own future and missing some puzzle pieces that basically define her consciousness, and how everything like came together by the end of her episode where she ends up dying. Of course, I really love that. And also the idea of a mother creating a protection curse for her daughter, even though she was definitely a little bit kind of like sad that her journey ended like this, because it's kind of like those things where like you deal with your trauma. It's kind of like going to therapy and then magically finding out that, oh, that is my problem, I know how to fix it, and then you immediately die and then there is nothing after. So I can definitely relate to her struggle, and her story was definitely tragic, and I really like the fact that she got that moment of peace with Death, of course, who is played by Aubrey Plaza. I love that moment because it would have been so easy to just leave it on the side. And I also loved how this season was structured. This felt like a television series, as in every single episode, of course, was different, but also every single episode was connected to the next one, and sometimes not necessarily to the next one, but the one right after, in the same way that we got like bottle episodes, for example, with certain specific characters back in the days for sitcoms, for example. If you want to take one type of structure specifically, like the 22 episode kind of series where you actually have the time to not see certain characters for quite some time, so you actually get to miss them, and also it kind of creates a tiny plot twist where you're like, oh, I forgot about them, I thought they were supposed to be dead, I thought they were supposed to be gone. So this is such a clever way of of doing storytelling, because it's nuanced. Like, you spend like 2 weeks basically wondering what happened to this character, and when finally the story gives you the answer, you feel satisfied. You feel that sort of satisfaction that was so common in the series that came out before the streaming era, basically. One thing that I loved, of course, it's all the repercussions of course, Billy finding out that he has so much power, almost as much as his mother. But if I'm not mistaken, I've heard that he's actually even more powerful than the Scarlet Witch, and that within the comics he almost like becomes some kind of like god figure. So he's really powerful, and the idea that, of course, Catherine Hahn / Agatha becomes a ghost by the end, and it's kind of like a punishment, but at the same time she probably didn't want to die, and she said to herself that she didn't want to die, she doesn't want her story to end, and she wants to keep going. And I love the fact that the penultimate episode ends with her manic laugh, and you don't really know what to expect. So actually I wished that there was not a 2-episode finale, and that we got to see the final episode like this week basically, so that we got to speculate a little bit more about what was going to happen. But it was okay. At the end of the day, I was happy this ended, mostly because Halloween ended at the same time, so I'm pretty sure that's what their strategy was. I'm looking forward to Billy going into his own adventures. He could join the Young Avengers at the end of the day, I don't really mind. I just really hope that Jack Schaffer is going to be able to get maybe another series greenlit, because she's the only one who has managed to capture what it means to make an actual TV series. And now we've got actually a couple of trailers and teaser trailers of what is coming next year from the MCU. There are certain shows which look fantastic, and it looks like actual TV. It doesn't look like content, and I'm talking mostly about Daredevil Born Again, which looks almost like a season 4 of Daredevil, which is a really good thing. And of course, Spider-Man the animated series has that kind of feeling as well, where it feels really detached from everything in a really good way. But the series that gets me worried is Iron Heart. The effects look so incredibly bad. It kind of looks like a Power Ranger show, and I really don't understand why they would decide to give the armors these kind of looks. Maybe it's because like 2008 was a really long time ago, and back then we were still kind of like okay about superheroes wearing basically soldier armor and having miniguns coming out of their shoulders and stuff like that. Today we're not really doing that stuff anymore. Now it's more science fiction. Now it has to look a little bit more fancy for it to be believable, or also for it to be embraced by the main audience. But at the same time, this looks very cringy. I know it's super early to tell, but at the same time I really hope that it's gonna be an interesting series. But she was not that interesting in Wakanda Forever. One thing that I was kind of confused about, first of all, I don't really know why Agatha and Death are in love. I never got that. Were they in love before she made the pact to basically give some more time to her son so that he could be born and they could spend a couple of years together? Or whether they fell in love after the death of his son for one reason or another. I saw like a lot of speculations online about this kind of stuff. So I'm gonna give you like my theory approximately. I have 1/2. One theory is that basically when she was like pregnant and she was giving birth next to the lake in the middle of nowhere, Death shows up, and it basically meant that he was gonna be a stillborn, that her son basically was gonna die there in labor, and that basically she didn't really know how, but she made a pact with Death to give her son a little bit more years. But at the end of the day, a couple of years later, he still got sick and he died because it's the 1700s, and of course you end up dying, right? It makes a lot of sense. My theory is that the way that she got back something to Death, it's basically the witch's souls. So that basically she killed all of those witches, the souls would actually go to Death herself, and Agatha would get the power. And I feel like the power that she would get from these witches was kind of like a consolation prize at the beginning at least, and then slowly it turned into something that made her feel like more powerful, and maybe made her feel like she could actually protect her son even better, or even from Death at the end of the day. And so it makes sense why she would be so obsessed about trying to steal power from witches constantly over and over and over again, because basically she thought that if she gave enough souls to Death, she would probably keep her son alive for forever, maybe, why not, or for as long as she was alive as well. But this didn't really happen, and this gets me quite confused, because like, why would she keep getting all of those souls for Death? My theory is that maybe she traded her own life instead of the other witches' lives for her son's death, and so just by keeping that hunt going for the other witches, she hoped that she would be able to stay out of the radar of Death forever as well, and maybe become powerful enough to defeat her. But at the same time, she's supposed to be in love with Death, right? That's basically what they imply within the Witch's Road. So I'm really confused. I don't really know exactly how that happened, and that is the only thing that I probably didn't like about this series, that this is the only type of flashbacks that didn't work out for me, mostly because it was done very quickly and you were supposed to fall in love with the tragic child and understand basically why everyone hated Agatha at the end of the day, and why she was like seeking power for such a long time. And they kind of forgot to establish her relationship with Death. I feel like if the flashbacks were about the relationship with her son and also the relationship with Death, and how it almost became like a love triad, as in like basically the only thing that she got at the end of the day, since she had no friends, was basically killing people, stealing the powers from these witches, and that created a relationship with Death. I feel like it was missing a little bit of a puzzle piece to make us understand exactly what the relationship was, because I really didn't get it. I also saw this other theory saying that basically she was looking for a powerful witch who would be able to give her enough power so that she could bring her son back, and she thought that Scarlet Witch and the Darkhold put together would be able to actually bring her son back. But actually no, because she was only creating illusions. And that's also the interesting part about this series. I feel like there are some critics who actually described Agatha all along as making WandaVision even better than it was before, and actually I really agree, because like when you think about it, all of the discussions that Agatha and Wanda end up having about like keeping the children alive and playing with those illusions and kind of creating like a perfect life that doesn't really exist for yourself, it's kind of interesting. And I'm pretty sure that Agatha was looking at it being like, would I be able to do the same thing? Would I be satisfied with that kind of illusion, or do I want the actual real thing? And I'm pretty sure that once she finally finds out who Billy is, she must be so incredibly intrigued about knowing what happened to him and how basically he got to, well, come to life at the end of the day, because he was just an illusion at the beginning, right? It really makes me wanna rewatch WandaVision. It makes me wanna rewatch Agatha all along, and that's such a huge compliment for a Marvel thing.
And no, you may not be excused from said test. Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
And then we go into Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which is a series that I had literally no expectations for, because when it comes to Marvel/Disney animation, everything felt so rushed constantly. Like that's why I didn't enjoy the What If season 1 specifically, because I felt like it was just rushed. I felt like the animation was literally not done. Like they didn't like draw enough frames and it felt clunky. So I was really afraid that this was gonna feel the same. And when you watch the first episode, it kind of feels like that, as in like I was paying attention and watching all these background characters not moving, for example. I was sitting there being like, how can you be a multi-billion-dollar company like this and deliver something like this when we have so many incredible animated shows being delivered these days? Like look at K-pop Demon Hunters, look at Arcane, just some complex animation. And if you wanna have it a different way, then you have to embrace like a different kind of style, maybe kind of hand-drawn animation, or even stop motion animation is one of those animation styles that is shot very differently and it looks different because of that. But Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man kind of like started with that idea of, it feels like it could be so perfect if you spent a little bit more time on the drawing board, literally. But as soon as you go beyond that, and as soon as you go beyond like the voice actor being weird, being like this is the first time that Spider-Man / Peter Parker is not woke, and I'm like, what are you even talking about? I'm pretty sure this is one of the main reasons why Spider-Man and characters like Superman are so popular with people, and it's because they're nice to everyone. They love everyone. They're ready to jump into danger to save literally anything that moves. To start the series with this kind of weird interview and tone, there was a lot of negativity around this show, like let's be honest. If you forget all about that, and if you actually look at the characters, the performances, the action sequences as well, this is probably one of my favorite Spider-Man projects ever. Like not above Across the Spider-Verse, Universe and Into the Spider-Verse, of course, because those were actually well made. But this is definitely, it captures the tone of what it felt like to watch a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. It felt like the perfect version of what Homecoming was trying to be in the beginning, and that ended up never working just because they wanted to do a cameo fest in every single movie. So for me, that was definitely like a 4 out of 5 show. I enjoyed all the different plot twists. I enjoyed the action sequences, of course, and the fact that also Osborn is played by an African-American actor. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It makes so much sense when you look at the character, like origin story and his haircut as well within the comics. Honestly, I was sitting there being like, why has this never been done before? It worked so well, and I enjoyed everything about this show, basically, outside of the people talking about it on Twitter. I'm pretty sure people love it right now. And if there is a season 2 coming out, everyone is going to be like, why is no one talking about it? Like, as usual, basically. Talking about animated stuff, I'm not going to be talking about the X-Men animated series, like the revival, because it's 100% out of the Phase 5 chronology. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be talking about it. But I'm going to say that I really enjoyed it, even though I didn't even grow up with the original X-Men series.
Why? Why?
Guess what? Daredevil is back, Kingpin is back as well, and maybe the Punisher as well. In the next few episodes, there is a lot of things that we need to talk about. I feel like before we jump in immediately and talk about the new season, we have to catch things up, because there aren't that many people who are actually as engaged with the Daredevil Netflix series as I am, because I'm a huge Daredevil fan. I literally have a Daredevil tattoo like right here. I love the Born Again like storyline, so I kind of kept up with it, and I was nitpicking every single new cameo that they allowed him to do since basically the announcement that Charlie Cox's Daredevil was gonna be coming back in the current MCU. So where are we at? Let's not talk about season 1 and 2 because there would be way too much to discuss, but let's talk about season 3 and what came after. So at the end of the Defenders, basically Matt Murdock is fighting Elektra underneath New York, and there is something collapsing, and basically he dies allegedly because he's actually rescued by some nuns at a church, and we get to recreate this incredibly fun comic book panel, which I'm a huge fan of. And after that, we jump right into season 3, where basically he's trying to recover physically and mentally from everything that happened in the season of Defenders, which I'm not a huge fan of, by the way. I want to say that I'm a bit skeptical when it comes to the Daredevil franchise, depending on how every single storyline has been adapted. For me, season 1 and 2 have been great. Season 3 was definitely an improvement on all of those things, and the Defenders was a mishmash of mediocre to some good stuff, but never actually as good as the other standalone series that Netflix produced. But if we talk again about season 3, we've got Fisk, who manages to manipulate the FBI to gain house arrest instead of prison, and he secretly rebuilds his criminal empire from the inside. We get to see a new character come into the play, which is called Benjamin Dex Poindexter, who initially he works for the FBI, and he's basically manipulated by Kingpin to become a supervillain, and he starts wearing Daredevil's suit and basically tainting the name of Daredevil and creating a huge mess for him. Across the final episodes, we've got Matt, who is fighting Fisk and Dex is actually critically injured when Fisk turns on him, and Matt nearly kills Fisk but ultimately spares him, forcing him to return to prison under the threat of exposing his wife Vanessa as an accomplice. And by the end of the show, we've got Matt reconciling with his best friends, going out for coffee, and this is actually something that links straight back to the first episode of Born Again, where it actually almost feels like it's a direct sequel to exactly what happened in that season finale that ended, I think, in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. That was not the last time that we saw Daredevil, because he comes back for a couple of cameos. Let's rethink about those and judge them as harshly as possible, because they were
were not really that useful when you think about it. We've got Matt coming back in Spider-Man No Way Home, and he acts basically as Peter Parker's lawyer after Peter's identity is exposed, and he's a bit of a joke there. It doesn't really add anything that we know. It just feels like, here, this guy exists in the universe. Did you know that? Well, we approve of it and we listen to the fans. This is exactly what this cameo was for. There was no actual more character development or kind of like increasing the lore of Daredevil. It was just fan service, like most of the things that were done in that movie at the end of the day. We've got a small appearance in She-Hulk Attorney at Law in 2022, where Matt appears in episode 8 and they fight basically, first of all, each other, and then they fight together against another villainous creature called Leapfrog, and they actually have a bit of a romantic fling going on, and there is that infamous shot of him like walking around in his like Daredevil yellow suit, not wearing any shoes, and basically doing that kind of walk of shame thing. A lot of people like criticized this like portrayal of Daredevil, but it's actually one of the most fun things that they've done when I look back on it. If you just look at how the character is always being represented, I feel like Daredevil is one of the only characters who keeps, well, at least being interested by women and getting in relationships and actually trying to create something romantically or intimately involved with them, while most of the MCU characters, like, it doesn't really feel realistic. So it's something that I appreciate that they adapted quite well, and I thought that they had really good chemistry, him and She-Hulk, of course. So at least this felt completely necessary because She-Hulk is also an attorney, so it makes sense they would actually interact with each other and know each other. And the fact that they interact as Matt Murdock and Daredevil is of course even more interesting. And then we've got another small appearance in episode 3 in 2024 in the show Echo, where basically we see in a flashback where he's fighting Maya Lopez, aka Echo. This actually happens before Hawkeye, and honestly I think this is probably the best like stunt choreography that they've done since, well, the original series, because we haven't really seen him fight that much. But just the pairing of him being blind and having superpowers and her being deaf, I don't know, I just feel like the two things match together wonderfully, and that scene actually portrayed Daredevil as more of a villainous figure instead of the hero of that story, because we were seeing that story through the perspective of Maya Lopez. So it was an interesting change of point of view, which made it feel very, very fresh at the end of the day. So you're caught up. This is basically everything that we've seen Daredevil related within the MCU. I think he's the only one who has made a reappearance, even though we've seen the trailer that the Punisher is coming back. So what happens now? We've got 2 episodes that have been released, and we've got 9 episodes in total, which for me is already a really, really good start. I feel like structure-wise, we can all agree about this. 13 episodes has always been way too long for Netflix. Honestly, like, they cannot handle the pacing. I feel like it was the second half of the second season which like struggled quite a lot with its pacing, especially with the Elektra kind of storyline. And we all agreed that it was just not even like too many bottle episodes. It's just that it didn't need those episodes to tell the story with the kind of ambition that they wanted to apply to it. So 9 episodes, I feel like this is gonna be perfect television, and it's actually already been greenlit for a second season, which is gonna have 8 episodes. Once again, I think it's good. This is probably the first time ever where for a Disney Plus series I'm saying that such a short amount of episodes is gonna be good for the story overall. Who actually created this series? Let's have a look. It was created by Dario Scardapane, who is working with Matt Corman and Chris Ord, and we've got Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead as the lead directors for most of the episodes. They've worked on a lot of really fun indie sci-fi movies like The Endless and Synchronic, so I really feel like the direction is gonna be quite consistent and very interesting because they actually know their shit when it comes to mixing different genres and working with a different pace as well from episode to episode. When it comes to the showrunner himself, as a writer, he's worked on quite a lot of like political thrillers, so you can already tell that he's gonna be good when it comes to adapting the lawyer stuff for Daredevil. And he's also worked as executive producer and writer on the 2 seasons of The Punisher, which is a good thing. It means he's worked with Disney/Marvel before, and he knows how to get things done efficiently while at the same time have a coherent storyline that is actually quite ambitious, because he kept saying, for example, in different interviews that he wants this series to be even darker than the original, and you can see that for certain things, But one of the main critiques for the first 2 episodes, for example, is that it's kind of like trying to look a bit too much like the Netflix show, and it's not really trying to create its own identity. And it really feels like we got a lot of exec notes coming to the showrunner, to the writers and the directors, to make it look like other things that have worked in the past. For example, like I saw a lot of different parallels with The Bear, especially when it comes to the transition shots. There are so many transition shots in the first 2 episodes of just random like New York vibey kind of stock footage shots to move us from one scene to the next, as if this was some kind of weird sitcom from the 90s. Like honestly, I actually rewatched the 2 episodes twice because I wanted to see if I actually could see anything more to say about them. But what I noticed is actually that the pacing was definitely a bit off, and there needs to be a little bit more fighting. I think if there is something that I could learn from the Netflix series is that, well, you can't really rehash the structure of Matt Murdock / Daredevil not wanting to be Daredevil anymore and drag that for as long as possible, to the point that you almost have no action sequences anymore, especially when you're building a series with a Kingpin who doesn't want to do crime stuff anymore. He wants to be just a corrupt politician and kind of try to change New York in a different like way, because he feels like what he's done in the past has not really worked out. So if Kingpin is not doing any crime, if the part that Vanessa is actually handling, we don't really see it on screen, and Daredevil doesn't want to fight anyone, who do we get to see actually do some action, right? We can't just look at people talk to each other constantly for like hour-long episodes. So I hope that the pacing is going to change a little bit in the next few episodes, but if the Punisher is involved, I'm pretty sure that it's going to change. If we talk about the storyline of the first 2 episodes, the first one is 100% a mishmash of trying to basically recapture the magic of the Netflix series with trying to mix everything together with the MCU and the things that we know about Kingpin, because he's been quite present within other shows. For example, he's been seen in Hawkeye with a cameo that is completely useless, which actually like kind of destroyed the character a little bit because he felt very pathetic, and they keep addressing the fact that he got shot in the eye by a vigilante, even though like it's impossible for him to have recovered so quickly and so well as well. So I really don't understand why they decided to go with that. Maybe they didn't want to use Kingpin anymore and they wanted to recast that character. We don't really know exactly. And then we saw him once again in Echo, and in a post-credit scene in Echo as well, where basically he found out that he wants to go into politics because there is a power vacuum in New York right now. So basically this first episode is catching us up to speed with where Matt Murdock, Karen Page and Foggy are with their lives, and tying up some loose ends with the villains from the previous season. For example, we get that shocking scene with Bullseye coming and kind of like killing a lot of people, and at the end of the day killing Foggy as well, which was a very good moment of TV. And the fact that they delayed the theme song for such a long time was such a powerful gut punch that honestly they had to do it. They had to come back as big and loud as possible, because people have been expecting this to be bad. People have been expecting this to be like a Disney-fied, very like diluted version of what we know as Daredevil, but it actually wasn't. Some of the action sequences are very bloody, very gory, and they feel real. One thing that I can criticize when it comes to the first episode, of course, is the fact that they try to hide a lot of the, like, maybe the choreography was not really well executed, or maybe the sets were not ready. There is a lot of fog, there is a lot of like smoke around, which hides most of the interesting part of this fight, because Bullseye is a guy who basically is gonna use anything that he can see around him and throw it at our main character Daredevil and the people around him as well. There is a scene, for example, where he gets this like bow and he throws it around, like bouncing around the walls, and he hits like one of the side extras who falls in Daredevil's arms. But I could see that just because of the sound effects, not because I saw like that cool throw that he actually did. And it's a bit of a shame, because this is a character who can do incredibly cool stuff when it comes to his aim, and we don't get to see it. We get to barely hear it, and you have to squint to see actually how it's going on, right? A lot of wonky CGI as well. The kind of scenes where he's jumping from rooftops and using his like weird boomerang to do that kind of like slingshot as well. You could really tell that it was a lot of CGI. I don't know, like take the time to actually do it practically. It would be way more interesting, and that's what we loved about Daredevil, the original series as well. And that's something that really feels better in the other action sequences that we get at the end of the second second episode. The second episode actually feels like a normal Daredevil episode. Like, we're done with catching up all of the things that we needed to. We're done when it comes to putting Matt Murdock's versus Kingpin together in a room and just talking to each other, which is a scene that exists, I suppose, and you've seen the trailers, and there is nothing else to add because they don't actually say anything to each other. They just catch up to speed, basically, with things that have happened across seasons that we have never seen. And I don't know, it felt a bit clunky because of that, and there are some things that are introduced as new, which it really feels like they shouldn't be there and they're not going to be well exploited. It really feels like it's trying to maybe attract a new audience. The BB like segments, for example, they're basically done by Ben Urich's niece, who is a journalist who is making this weird like YouTube podcast like series about New York, where he interviews people about like the different crime rate, and it felt so cringy. It felt like someone who didn't really understand what Gen Z was about, and they were just trying to portray it because they saw a TikTok once. Like, that's actually what it felt like. And there is a lot of B&B segments which are all very redundant, and they kind of service nothing at the end of the day because they actually work as transition shots once again from one scene to the other, like they do with the random shots of the underground or of streets or street lights. It's very stock footage at the end of the day, and it's the same thing with the B&B reports. There's a moment, for example, where like literally she asks, so what do you think about the crime rate in New York? And this lady is just like, well, you know, since Daredevil is no longer here, it's been a bit bad. And I'm like, that's not the question. She asked you what the crime rate is, what your personal experience is with the New York crime rate. Who would ever think about Daredevil immediately? It's not like he's the actual police who everyone has seen and he's appeared on TV like constantly. He's not like Iron Man, as in he's supposed to work from the shadows, a little bit like Batman, so it feels weird for someone like in broad daylight to just mention him without being asked about him. Honestly, as a transition episode that is trying to bridge links between different things that have nothing to do with each other, it was serviceable. I don't know why, but they completely basically deleted Karen Page from this entire season. That's what it feels like. It felt like she was there to bridge the gap in between the original and the reboot, which is happening right now, the requel technically, and then it feels like she's not gonna be around anymore, which is a bit weird. I'm like, why are you doing this again? Why are you like creating a rift in between Matt Murdock and Karen Page, which is something that was already developed for like 3 full seasons, and just don't do it. Like, do something new. Or maybe you could even tell that Karen has just moved on to a different city. You don't need to have that entire like weird tragic dynamic about them being made for each other but not being at the perfect time together. Like, if it's fucked up. Honestly, it's so incredibly boring and I don't want to see it anymore. So this is also why it's kind of interesting that I introduced a new love interest in the end of the first episode, and then it actually gets confirmed in the second episode, because we get a breath of fresh air at the end of the day. And the second episode actually felt like a real Daredevil story where he's actually defending a character who's done something that some people are saying that it's bad, and some people are saying no, actually the facts don't actually confirm the story that you're trying to portray when it comes to this person. And turns out that he's actually the White Tiger, who is a new vigilante who has been basically replacing Daredevil in the past year because he was not there to help New Yorkers, and just someone had to fill that gap. And I don't know, it felt quite weird to introduce a new vigilante for him to be caught almost immediately, and for him also to not be part of the story anymore, because there is no way that he's gonna like not do any prison time, or there is not gonna be killed by a corrupt policeman or something like that. Talking about corrupt policemen, I'm actually intrigued by this plot line here, and the fact that we're addressing the fact that there are some policemen who are actually wearing the Punisher like tattoo, which has been kind of like reclaimed by corrupt cops and alt-right cops as well. And that scene, like the end of season 2, that's the Netflix show Daredevil that I remember. As in, you could really tell that he doesn't want to do it. He made this promise that he doesn't want to commit to violence anymore. And it's also related to the fact that when you think about it, Foggy died because of him, because Poindexter was coming back to get revenge and to hurt Matt Murdock and Daredevil. And we also need to really applaud the performance, because he was really like fucked up. Honestly, like he was there for such a few amount of minutes, but his presence was incredible, and he really anchored the series into something new and something exciting. I also like the fact that he tried to kill Poindexter, but he actually didn't succeed at the end of the day. This is the entire core of Daredevil versus Matt Murdock as like a duology where he's trying to be good, but the city keeps forcing him to be bad. Basically, these people are pushing him around to the point that he knows that the justice system is not actually gonna do what he can do. So I'm glad that he is kept alive, for him to be judged and sent to prison, even though we know that he's not gonna stay in prison for that long, because he's a really good and interesting villain for Daredevil to fight as well. But it was a good like hit for him. I feel like it really proved to Matt Murdock that maybe Daredevil is not always the answer to everything, because this time around he actually managed to send him to prison, and he was not even representing like the public defense, for example. He was just there as a witness. This is what I want to see as well. Him basically trying to do his best but never actually knowing what it means and where the lines are. And of course Kingpin playing with those lines as well, where we see him also talking about the commissioner and how he's gonna get him on his side, because he realizes that he cannot do everything illegally, he cannot actually follow the law all the time to achieve the things that he wants to achieve in the time allocated. And I feel like this is a huge parallel with what Trump is doing in the US, where he's cutting in line and he's saying what people want to hear as well. And I feel like it's an interesting thing to do with Kingpin, and overall I think it's going to be an interesting storyline. I just hope that they're going to introduce Muse, which is another villain, as fast as possible, because of course to do once again a storyline where Kingpin is untouchable by Matt Murdock / Daredevil, it's something that we've done in season 3 already, so I want them to do something different, and I hope that they're gonna do it, and I hope they're gonna achieve it. I'm kind of mixed when it comes to this Daredevil 2 episodes. I really like them, but at the same time there's a lot of things to fix, and I really hope that they're not gonna spend 10 minutes every single episode with those weird ass transition shots which are completely useless. There is a friend of mine who also mentioned that we have a huge problem when it comes to the production design of this season here. She described it as IKEA furniture, but I almost saw it as like a Tumblr kind of aesthetic. If you look at the cafes, if you look at the restaurants, if you look at the bar scenes as well, there is a weird color palette, there is a weird like kind of like shallow focus as well, which makes everything look kind of cheap. It doesn't look very cinematic. It feels very empty, like most of the rooms feel empty. It feels like they don't have enough budget to make it look real. There are some scenes, for example, where we get to focus on Matt's superpowers and we get to zoom in on shots of shoes going in slow motion and like the frame basically narrowing down so that we know that he's using the super hearing. They do it so often, it almost feels like they're calling us stupid, because we know that he has that power. You don't need to show it to us every single time with these very convoluted and kind of like forced slow motion effects. I don't know, it almost felt like a joke at some point. I wasn't taking it seriously anymore. So I'm a bit mixed when it comes to these episodes.
We're gonna end up dead or in jail.
This is so much bigger than that.
This is something we can criticize by Ironheart almost immediately. It's a show that could have been a movie.
You know, the question I get asked most often is, Tony, how do you go to the bathroom in the suit? Just like that.
And I feel like before we go into the episodes and talk about spoilers and stuff like that, I feel like we have to talk about the context. What is this series about? Where does it take place? Let's have a look. Well, first of all, Ironheart is set in the aftermath of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and it basically follows the teenage MIT prodigy Riri Williams, who is played by Dominic Thorne, as she returns to Chicago, where she crafts her own high-tech armor, becoming a symbol of genius and determination. Actually, I really doubt that. But soon finds herself entangled in a clash between technology and the mystical underworld led by the enigmatic criminal Parker Robbins, aka The Hood. It's a series that is talking about basically her trauma of losing people who were really close to her, and it's just 6 episodes, which should get you worried if they immediately went in with 3 episodes for the pilot. And this gets us worried mostly
mostly because very often when people do that, it's because they're not really confident in the original material. Maybe they're not sure that the first episode or even the second one are like good enough to get the attention of the audience, especially these days because there are so many TV shows nowadays. Like the other night I was trying to look for just one movie that I'd be able to watch and have a good time without thinking too hard, and I couldn't find anything. I did Apple TV, I did Max, I did Netflix, I did Disney Plus, I did Prime. I couldn't find a single movie that I haven't seen. It was all series, and every single time that it was an interesting concept, I would click on it. It was like, this is a series, limited series of like 5 episodes, and I'm like, I don't have the time for that. I want just a normal movie. This is something we can criticize by Ironheart almost immediately. It's a show that could have been a movie, like without a doubt. You can see it in the first 3 episodes where it doesn't really feel like a series, kind of like other MCU shows. Falcon and the Winter Soldier is a good example. I feel like Secret Invasion, the material itself would have been so massively improved if it just had been a movie. More context here. I love Iron Man, of course. Probably the original Iron Man, like the 2008 movie, was the one that I rewatched constantly as a teenager over and over and over again. And I had this fantasy of like someday being clever enough to like build my own suit in the basement. Like I had this fantasy like over and over again when I was a teenager. I'm not kidding. Like honestly, I genuinely believe that this would happen at some point and I'll be able to fly around and save people. But the thing is, when it comes to Iron Man, you cannot really detach the Iron Man character from his hyper-militaristic concept and vibes, and also like the context of the movie itself. I feel like Iron Man is one of those heroes that does not work at all with a low budget, and also within a series, I think as well. Mostly because the Iron Man suit gives you so much power. It's kind of like the nanobot suit that Spider-Man has as well, where he has so much potential, he has so many incredible things that he can do with it, and he's almost invulnerable when you think about it, that it's really hard to care if you don't put him in very high stakes scenarios. And also it's very hard to make us just be worried about him just in general. And I feel like linking Iron Man to the kind of the Iraq war and that old terrorist vibes that you get in the first and the third movie specifically, those were the perfect like moods and themes to address in an Iron Man movie. This is a thing that is still contextually important nowadays. I feel like we're still talking about how certain countries are saying, oh, you need to stop the war, you need to stop fighting, you need to stop genocide, you need to stop killing people, and then they're dealing behind the wall kind of like deals selling weapons. Like France was literally caught doing this a couple of weeks ago while promoting peace in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So it's still a topic that is important today. And that's when I was like, the Ironheart series, I feel like it's not gonna go into that. And it would have never worked as well, just because it's so, well, politically correct. As in, Disney is trying to be so politically correct when it comes to the themes that they want to talk about. They would never talk about war and hyper-militarization in the way that the Iron Man character really needs it to, because you need to make a movie or a series that is actively against that, basically saying that you're not allowed to have that suit. I'm the only one who actually has certain values that basically make him more powerful than most people and better at making decisions. We have the same thing going on here with Ironheart, where you watch these 3 episodes and you don't really know what it's supposed to be about. It's kind of like trying to be a series about African American roots. So it's deeply set in Chicago. There are so many places there. You could tell that they're shot in location, of course, and it's definitely interesting, and a lot of people from that community as well, kind of creating that sense of belonging there. But at the same time, you juxtapose that with a person in an Iron Man suit, and I'm like, that's the worst idea ever when you think about it, because the police would literally be shooting at black people in the street just because they saw this other black person in a suit flying around the city. And that is the main problem with the first 3 episodes, is that it feels like it lacks stakes, and it feels like it's so completely detached from the problems that African American people are really facing nowadays living in America. Like, do you actually believe that they would let like Riri walk out of MIT with that suit and let her like do stuff and actually do crime without getting interrupted by anyone, by SHIELD or by any other like government organization. I really do not believe that, and that is the main problem of this, is that you can't really tell an Iron Man story and set it in just a town. Iron Man, the cool thing about Iron Man is the fact that he fights people with big guns. He fights fighter jets, he's flying around. That is the cool part about Iron Man. It's not the same with Spider-Man, where you can actually like explore the architecture of a town by using his skill set and his powers. Iron Man is all about kind of destruction and destroying things. And yeah, I mean, when people actually started criticizing Ironheart for the fact that she killed some people in this series while Iron Man never did, 100% not true. I'm pretty sure that Iron Man killed a lot of people, maybe not on purpose, maybe not directly on screen, but just to say that that is a weird thing to actually grasp at, where you clearly have a series that doesn't really need an Iron Man to be in it. Like when you look at the band of people that are committing these crimes against rich people, they look like they're from like a parody of a series like this. Like they look like they're from an Ocean's 11 kind of movie. They are also quirky looking and they have their own like personality, but at the same time you don't have the time to address them and you don't have the time to identify with any of them. So at the end of the day, you're sitting there being like, why are there so many characters in this series? Maybe it's just because they knew that if they were gonna put Riri into high stakes situations constantly, the budget would just explode, because that's what is required with a series starring Iron Man / Ironheart. You get what I mean. That is also the main problem with the Hulk. That's why probably it's not been giving like an A-list standalone movie or series, because it's incredibly expensive to be the Hulk and also to create everything around it, right? Even the She-Hulk series, that's why it didn't look that good. That's why it looked a bit meh and cringeworthy at times, mostly because they had to commit to the bit if they actually wanted to make She-Hulk the main character of the season. Even the fact that we have our main villain, who is not really a villain at the beginning, who's basically using this hood and it gives him like invisibility and these magical powers, and there are some like demon kind of like vibes within it. It reminds me of things like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I was sitting there being like, this is not a villain for Ironheart. Like, he's not invisible, shoot a missile at him, he's dead, without a doubt. And also most of the time when he's just walking around with this cape, with this hood, he looks like a cosplayer. Do you remember that scene with the LARPing in the Okai series? That's what it felt like to watch all of these people in a room. Or it felt like Now You See Me as well. Like these quirky people standing around, being incredibly clever and having incredibly clever plans. I mean, in the second episode we get like, of course, them actually trying to sabotage the underground like railway system or whatever the hell. There are some cool effects, and in the third episode we get another scene like that where Riri gets to actually use her AI system for interesting things, where like Tony Stark did as well, having the suits basically do other things while he's working on something different. That's something that is really cool that most heroes cannot do actually when you think about it. You cannot like have like someone else in the suit carrying out certain like parts of the mission or even being a distraction while you are actually doing something else. Like no one else can do it. So that was actually quite clever. But like the main problem I have is also with the fact that Riri Williams, we don't really get any character development for her. We do get some kind of backstory, and the fact that she's traumatized came out of nowhere. We didn't really know anything about that like during Wakanda Forever. But that is the problem. She was introduced in Wakanda Forever as kind of an important side character, wearing the most ridiculous like Power Ranger kind of suit I've ever seen. So immediately she was ridiculed in that movie, and I was sitting there being like, you want this character to be the standalone character in this series where clearly no one was interested in her. And I don't think it's necessarily like something about misogyny, something about like being racist as well. Of course, a lot of people have those kind of arguments online. Let's not like pretend that those arguments don't exist. But I'm sitting here being like, sometimes Disney does this where they just point at a certain character in the background and they're like, you're gonna get like a spin-off series. They did it a couple of months ago with Agatha Harkness, am I right? And it worked. I was sitting there being like, there is no way that this movie should work, and it actually did work. And I enjoyed it. I had a really good good time, mostly because it really exploited the magical stuff, it really exploited the characters and the vibes of WandaVision as well to deliver something that was familiar but also very different. And the problem with Ironheart is that it kind of feels like other things like Miss Marvel, for example, very low street level kind of hero, but she's not that. She's an Iron Man kind of substitute. And I know that people are like, she's not that, she's her own person, but to us, like we saw Tony Stark die a couple of years ago basically, and it's really weird to put her in these kind of situations. And now we're already at half the season and we already established basically that we have this villain here who's gonna go after basically Riri Williams because the demons in his head whisper to him that she did it, she killed his best friend, which is kind of like a lazy thing to do writing wise when you think about it, because he could have figured it out like by himself. It would have been way more interesting to see them interact a little bit before he actually found out that she betrayed him, right? It's so low stakes and it's so weird to have that with a character who is a prodigy, incredibly clever. Literally she has her own suit in the first episode and it gets smashed a little bit just because she was like not clever enough to think that maybe she shouldn't link the AI to the university like system. So basically when she's locked out of the university system, the entire suit falls apart. And they don't really talk about why the suit actually needs an AI to function, because there is a scene, for example, I think in the second or third episode where she basically freezes because of the AI who froze as well and she becomes completely useless. And I'm sitting here being like, what is the argument around it? Like, do you want to give her this kind of weakness? Boring. I feel like it's kind of boring to just make her weakness the fact that the AI is unreliable when it comes to working with her. I don't know, it just didn't really feel very cinematic at the end of the day, mostly because we don't really like AI lately, so you definitely can understand where I'm coming from. But the problem with this series is that, as I said, she comes around, she has her own suit already, which, fair enough, I'm gonna say this, it looks better than in the trailers. In the trailers I was like, there is no way this is gonna look good. It looked like a Power Ranger suit once again. But I actually like the second version a little bit more because it's a bit roughed up. But the reason why I think I don't like it is that when you see women wearing like armors, and especially an Iron Man armor as well, it doesn't just look like the bulky version that you can see on a man as well. So I just find it weird that it still looks like something that a man would wear. I don't know, you could say that armors can be unisex, but at the end of the day, it's also cool that we have women wearing armor, wearing Iron Man suits, and they would like to actually wear something that is different and that does not look like something that Tony Stark would wear or any kind of male hero would wear as well. You could make it pink, I don't give a fuck, as long as it actually looks interesting and it looks like there is a human, like woman inside there, and it's not just like a bunch of metal that anyone could put on. And it's really funny because people online were talking about War Machine and the fact that like people like accepted War Machine almost immediately just because he was a man. It's like, no, nobody gives a shit about War Machine. Like, people actively hated War Machine because he looks like everything that Tony Stark basically fought against. He literally has like a huge minigun coming off his shoulder, especially in the original films. I think he was taken off maybe in the Endgame Infinity War movies, if I'm not mistaken, and we cared about him just when he lost his legs basically, and because Tony Stark cared about him, so he was by association. No one talks about War Machine. Have you ever had a conversation with someone about War Machine since the Skrull thing? The Skrull thing is the only thing that actually brought him back into the conversation, because he's been such a no interest kind of a character at the end of the day. So that is a bullshit argument if you're using that to say that people are shitting on Ironheart just because she's a woman. I don't think so. The thing that I find cool though is the fact that money is a main issue in this series, and it really proves how Tony Stark was Iron Man just because he was privileged. Like, that's why you've never seen me fly around in an armor suit. I never had the money to actually make it. Even if I had the knowledge or the skill set, like, if you do not have the money, you will never be able to make an Iron Man suit. And that's why he was able to do most of the stuff that you saw him do in the first trilogy. And every single movie kind of like upgraded his core, upgraded his Iron Man suit as well to make it more adapted to the people that he was fighting. But he did that very
efficiently because he had a lot of money. So it makes sense that Riri Williams would struggle with that, and that's why she has the ideas, she just doesn't have the means to actually like make them happen. And that is an interesting thing that they definitely applied in this series here. The idea of how do you actually make like millions of dollars to turn yourself into a hero? Crime, that is the only thing that will allow you to do it fast, because she definitely cannot get into cryptocurrency or something like that, and she definitely cannot work at Walmart or like at a random cafe to pay her like Iron Man suit. It will never happen. That is basically what I thought about this series. I feel like the future is not going to be that interesting. Like I really don't see them turning this around to like make it like matter. I feel like this is definitely gonna have like a big third act kind of explosion where she will have the Mach 3 version of her Iron Man suit and everything will come together. But even when you think about it, the characters around her, the side characters, I don't care about them the same that I cared for Miss Marvel's family, for example. So like this series is also doing a poor job at developing those relationships so that we care about small scale stuff. But actually I'm not surprised that the writing is not impeccable on this series, because I find myself really hard to care about this, but it's because it's been developed by Chinaka Hodge, who is best known basically for writing The Midnight Club and the TV adaptation of Snowpiercer. The Midnight Club is one of the worst things that Mike Flanagan is attached to, mostly because of the writing. This is yet another filler TV show that Disney Plus has put on so we can like ride the wave in between something good and maybe something better with Fantastic Four. Honestly, I don't think I recommend it to most people. Even if you're an Iron Man fan, you'll be so incredibly disappointed by this series. There is no reason why you would actually enjoy it at the end of the day, and I feel like it doesn't really have the same grit and cultural relevance that Black Panther had. It just feels very meh. So those are my thoughts for Ironheart. Let's give you a little bit of ranking of all the MCU shows that have come out in the last few years. At the tippy top of this list, I'm gonna be putting WandaVision, which is an almost perfect show. Besides the ending and the throwing balls of magic at each other, that was not really interesting. Loki, mostly because it completely defied expectations. It introduced so many interesting things and it was so incredibly cool. Then I would actually put Agatha All Along. Agatha All Along is pretty memorable. It's pretty fun to rewatch as well. It's really almost perfect when you think about it as well. And right after Agatha All Along in the ranking, I'm gonna be putting probably Spider-Man, like the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man story slash series, because really well executed, as I said before, and tonally really well consistent and incredibly fun. I feel like we need to acknowledge when these shows are fun and entertaining and not as boring as Secret Invasion, of course. After that, I put Daredevil Born Again. The only reason why Born Again was not as high as probably a lot of people would put it, it was mostly because all the problems that he had within the writing room. The idea that basically this is kind of like a mix and match of two completely different series put together with two different tones as well. You could really tell in a lot of different episodes. So I was sitting there being like, I need to acknowledge that, of course, without a doubt. I can't just sit here and be like, as a huge Daredevil fan, like this was good, but it could be way better if they actually like took some risks and they didn't do all those weird reshoots, or if we go back in time and they actually allowed like Benson and Moorhead to do exactly what they wanted since the start. After that, we probably put Miss Marvel, which is a really fun show, even though it has probably the worst villains in all of the MCU shows put together. Then I would put Echo because, well, it surprised me once again, and I think it's one of those series that even though it has such a tight concept, it didn't really overstay its welcome. It was straightforward, interesting, and it felt like something I'd never seen before. And then immediately we get into the bad MCU shows. Like honestly, there are not that many good MCU shows that I could think of. Like after this, I put Moon Knight, which was a huge disappointment for me, but they got like a couple of points just because I think it was interesting design when it comes to the costume and it made
made me laugh a little bit, and it was ambitious at the end of the day, even though it really didn't work out. And right after Moon Knight, I think I'm gonna be putting Ironheart, mostly because this was a series that I had zero expectations for and I was still disappointed by it. It really felt like they were trying to recreate the same journey that Tony Stark had been through, but they were rushing it. Like, I feel like this is a story that needed way more time, and just the fact that they introduced so much stuff about Riri Williams in the Wakanda Forever movie, I was sitting there being like, you kind of put yourself against the wall and now you can't really escape it. Like, there are so many things that are introduced, but they should have been introduced earlier. And if we have to be honest, I'm pretty sure that we will all agree that we wanted to see something different. I didn't want her to be Iron Man, but I wanted to connect with her genius and her journey in a different way. It would have been way more interesting to see a young version of her, for example, like stepping up the ladder and standing up against other people who do not give her like a chance to prove her cleverness. And I also really didn't like the villain in the story, and most of the special effects are so incredibly just bad. And I also thought that the Mephisto like plot twist thing came a bit too late. It feels like a cheap thing that Marvel Disney does quite often, where they give you like a season of boring stuff and then they try to get your attention in the last few episodes with a major like plot twist that is gonna force you to watch the next few phases of the MCU. It feels like emotional manipulation, and I really didn't like how they handled it, even though I think that the performance that Baron Cohen gave was really interesting, and I'm looking forward to see what his role is in the next few projects in the MCU. But sitting from here, I'm like, meh. It felt like a mixed match of so many different things and none of it worked for me. After that, I put Hawkeye because honestly, like, I think it was really bad considering what it did to the Kingpin. Like, it really treated him as a joke. This is probably the worst thing they could have done to like the Daredevil kind of like legacy characters, and I'm really glad that they kind of like tried to do something different after that. Also, it's Hawkeye, it's a Christmas show, it's fun, but like, try to ask me what it was about besides retrieving one's costume, and I have nothing to add. Then we've got the really bad, of course, we've got She-Hulk. I put it above the others once again because of its ambition, mostly because of the final few episodes as well, the idea of like rewriting your own show, but there is almost nothing interesting about this show. After that, I put Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which for me is one of the most mediocre MCU shows they could have ever made. Like, I do not like these people within this show. I like them as side characters when they have like this big plot around them and other interesting characters like Captain America, but like within a TV show like this, they just, I don't know, they just feel like they're bored themselves within this show. And at the very end of the MCU shows, I put Secret Invasion, which was honestly a waste of time. Mwahaha! I finally managed to infiltrate Torn Apart's page, and now I'm gonna unleash my secret plan to make as many forgettable MCU movies as possible. Yeah, this bit is not gonna keep going for a long time just because it's really cringy.
I'm sorry, Cassie.
Ant-Man Quantumania, aka an even worse movie than Thor Love and Thunder. Is it actually possible?
Beasts.
Also considering that it's for completely different reasons and maybe just one similar reason. I was looking out for reviews online for this movie, and I was specifically looking at American reviews and English reviews in general, and you guys were being way too nice. Like, you were calling this mediocre, you were saying that most audiences were calling it just okay, and no, this movie is not okay. Okay is Black Widow, okay is Shang-Chi, okay can be even She-Hulk. No, I cannot say that about She-Hulk. Black Panther Wakanda Forever. But to say that Ant-Man Quantumania is an okay movie, like, you don't understand anything about movie making. Or maybe your expectations have gone so low that you're used to just gobbling up so much Marvel shit that you can't be trusted anymore to have an objective opinion about like Marvel movies.
What's going on?
I think he's using his brain.
So this is what this video is gonna be about. We're gonna tear it apart because it really pissed me off. I was sitting in a theater the other day. Almost no one was laughing besides like 3 people sitting next to me, and they were laughing at the movie. They were not laughing with the movie. And I will talk about that later on. But just to say that the mood in that cinema theater was a tombstone. No one was laughing, no one was moving, there was no excitement whatsoever, and this is incredibly worrying for a movie that is supposed to start the new phase of the MCU. Okay, let's start. Let's give you like a broad look at all the things that go wrong when it comes to Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. There is a lot of problems when it comes to the CGI. It is really interesting, and it kind of makes you want to spend so much time in the quantum realm. It kind of makes me want Scott to be lost in the quantum realm in the first movie, and then to build up Kang across the 3 different movies. That would actually made more sense. And I'm saying this mostly because we get so many different like monsters, creatures, and civilizations introduced in this movie here, and it's done so fast that you don't care about any of them. And that's a huge problem. Here I'm gonna be talking about Avatar, for example. Avatar dedicated 1 film per tribe, and it worked because of that, because we actually got the time to understand what the tribe was for, the members, and what their costumes were, and it made us care about these people even if they didn't have names. But here it's not the case. We get to meet so many different strange creatures, and actually it looks like they were just drafted from Thor Love and Thunder and the Guardians of the Galaxy like holiday special. It just feels like they were just taken from like the backgrounds in those movies and added here. They don't feel like they belong in an Ant-Man movie, and that's one of the main problems that this film has. This Ant-Man movie does not look like any of the other Ant-Man movies, and it's a big problem because you've established that the Ant-Man hero and trilogy is about low stakes stuff, and now we head into a 3rd movie where there is no establishment when it comes to all of the villains, there is no establishment when it comes to the universe itself, because we were always in the human world, and now we have to deal with like global scale stuff. It's gonna destroy everything. It's gonna destroy all the multiverse, all the timelines. Time, space is gonna be dying. While the Ant-Man series was always like a funny little thing going on the sideways.
And I was like, damn, homie, she dumped it when you're on lockup? And he was like, yeah, I know, I thought I was gonna be with her forever, but now I'm all alone. And I was like, damn, homie, you know what? You gotta chin up, because you'll find a new partner. But you know what? I'm Luis. And he says, you know what? I'm Scotty, and we're gonna be best friends.
Okay, hold on.
It felt even less impactful than Spider-Man, which is insane because Spider-Man is supposed to be like your neighborhood superhero kind of friend, and Ant-Man felt even more low stakes than that, which is insane. Just to say that it almost feels like they blended in Guardians of the Galaxy and Thor Love and Thunder and added Ant-Man to the mix. It just feels like they don't belong together, and it's really weird. And you can tell that just by the performance that is being delivered when it comes to Scott's character. You can feel that he doesn't want to be there. You can feel that all he wants to do is just go home. He doesn't care about the quantum realm. He doesn't have any specific curiosity about it. And maybe that's one of the main problems of making him the main character and the main Ant-Man. Maybe it would have been interesting if Ant-Man was not in this film at all and we were following just the Wasp, because she seems to be a way more interesting character. Even though in this film she has almost nothing to do. In fact, I don't even know why they call the movie Ant-Man and Wasp, because she's just a supporting character. She doesn't feel like a real person anymore. People keep mentioning that she got a haircut as if it's like a new personality trait, like getting a haircut. Like, fuck off. And the problem also with the CGI is that there's almost no practical effects. It almost feels like it's really hard to tell whether any kind of costumes are real or fake. The mix just doesn't work at all, and there are some effects that are so bad that they can go up against like Shark Boy and Lava Girl stuff and Spy Kids 3D. Game over. Just to tell you how bad some of this is.
No school, no discipline, no rules. And most important, no dreams.
But at the same time, there is so much thing happening on the screen that it's almost impossible to be bored, and I feel like that's maybe why most people are saying that they feel really meh about this, because at the end of the day, when you throw a lot of things at the screen, some things are gonna stick. Same thing that they did with Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, same thing that they did with Thor Love and Thunder. They were throwing so many things at us that at the end of the day, at least some things were gonna be received positively. But at the end of the day, there are so many things going on at the same time that it just sucks so hard. It looks almost like Strange Worlds, like the most recent Disney animated movie. Like I literally was sitting there thinking, if they swapped some of the images from Strange Worlds and put them into Ant-Man Quantumania, I would not be able to tell the difference, because it's kind of like the same concept, the same kind of action sequences, where you've got everything that is basically alive. Everything you can see is alive. It's a nice joke, it's an interesting thing to explore, but they don't give us the time to actually do it. Okay, let's get into spoilers right now, because I want to be talking about specific aspects in this movie that don't work. I actually had to take notes on my phone because I have way too many things that I want to talk about and discuss when it comes to this film here. And I don't want to start by shitting on MODOK, so let's start with talking about the characters. So in this movie we have an entire family of ant people, and they're all exactly the same. They're copy and paste the same version of the same character. If you pay attention, they're all super clever, they're all funny, so they're all quipping and stuff like that. Of course, we're used to that kind of stuff when it comes to the MCU, but also there are such good people to almost suicidal extent. And the worst example of this is Cassie, aka Scott's daughter in this movie here. She's represented as yet another like child prodigy. She's incredibly clever. She's able to create like revolutionary weapons in her basement, like almost every single other like teenager character or young adult character in the MCU. And that is starting to become really annoying. This is not really a spoiler, but there is this moment in the movie at the beginning where Scott is going to get his daughter out from jail because she was out protesting, and she basically like miniaturized one of the police cars. Just to tell you that this character is introduced to us as someone who is so incredibly good straight from the beginning, and she wants to try and teach her father to actually take this superhero thing seriously and to be a good superhero. So this is a third Ant-Man movie. This is like the 30th or whatever MCU movie, and we're still trying to teach the superhero how to be a superhero. I also think that Cassie was an excellent example of how to create a darker version of the nice person that she used to be when she was a child, mostly because she's been through so much trauma because of what happened in Infinity War and Endgame. We've got a character here whose father disappeared for so long, whose grandparents disappeared also for so long, and who basically was by herself with her mother during this entire time. Why would she need to be a nice person? You know what I mean? Like very often when you have these troubled environments for teenagers or for children, they don't grow up well. And that was the perfect example of creating like a darker version of her, so that basically she would have something interesting to do when she's with Kang, for example, but it would have had some interesting dynamics with her father as well, creating some disruptions. But here, the only thing that they do in this film, they're trying to build character dynamics where they're just trying to out-nice each other. Someone is being nice, someone is being selfless, and they're just competing on who is going to be the nicest in the entire family, and that really sucks. It's such a boring thing to do, especially when you have a concept of a family of superheroes. Another thing that I really hated about this concept is that they're all people wearing suits most of the times, and they basically all have the same power sets, limitations. There is nothing interesting about them. They don't really stand out when it comes to other heroes as well.
Look, momentum, right? Jump tap, right? One move, jump tap.
I know how to do it, Dad.
Oh, do you?
Yes!
Really? Because it didn't look like it from my end.
I messed up on the timing.
You've got one who can fly, one who has the suit, and another one who has the suit, and they have approximately the same types of powers, and there is nothing interesting about that. Just to tell you how, when it comes to the character development or the character arcs that these people are going through, it's complete and utter nonsense. And most of them don't actually have any type of character arc. Hank Pym, for example, is just hanging out in this movie. He doesn't have anything to do. His wife, whose name I can't remember because, as I said, these characters are all the same. All she does throughout the entire film is just keep information from the other main characters to create fake tension. Things that I absolutely hate when it comes to narrative like devices and stuff like that, because it's just unnerving. It's just incredibly boring, and you're just keeping the plot from getting interesting until you want it to get interesting. Meaning that we have 30 minutes, an hour, until we get actually into the character development and the motivations of certain characters, and specifically the villain. And this really sucks. And it's something that MCU movies have done quite often, but this time around it just tasted completely stale. Mostly because there is no reason for her to keep all of that information for herself. If you spend 30 years somewhere, you have to talk about that kind of stuff with someone.
So you've been studying the quantum realm. Why didn't you ask me about it?
I tried, Mom. A lot. You never wanted to talk about it.
So it would have been interesting at least if they introduced the aspect that she told her husband, so Hank, but she made him promise not to tell anyone else. But at least it would have shown something about her personality, and it would have shown how their relationship was actually really strong, and they just didn't want to like trouble her daughter, for example, or even her husband, or even their niece with this amount of trauma. And that would have made sense. But just for her not to say anything, even though she spent so much time away from their family and the real world, just makes no sense at all. And it creates just a weird character that we just don't believe in. And all of the weird kind of plot twists that happens around this character here are just boring. For example, the Bill Murray cameo that he has is completely useless. His character doesn't have any personality at all. He's just playing himself, basically Bill Murray. He's playing that kind of like cool character that does well with women, that does weird things, the kind of character that he always played since basically the Ghostbusters age.
And all I have is my work. There's nothing else in my life.
Dr.
I meet you, and I say, my God, there's someone with the same problem I have.
Yes, we both had the same problem. You.
And it's just so boring. When you have a strong actor like that, and not to actually give him something to do, he's just standing there wearing like a really nice suit and just giving you exposition, is just incredibly boring. MODOK. Who thought this was a good idea? They keep making fun of him for the entire movie. It almost feels like Disney hates itself, or like this movie hates itself as well, to the point of like changing the tone constantly in between being incredibly serious and incredibly farcical, like Thor: Love and Thunder. That is one of the things that they share. It's really tonally inconsistent.
Thank you, Spider-Man!
And MODOK is the best example of that. It feels like this guy should not be in this movie. This guy should be like in a Guardians movie, or maybe even Thor: Love and Thunder. Even if you put it in that movie, like, it would not have changed anything at the end of the day. Or it feels like this should be like in an animated version of the MCU. It should not be in the live action version.
And do you know what MODOK stands for? Mental organism designed only for killing. For killing.
It looks so incredibly bad, it's so incredibly stupid, you don't take him seriously ever, and they actually wrote like an entire character arc for this guy here, just because he is Darren from the first movie.
Emotional, damn!
And they're probably thinking like, oh, this is like the most clever thing we ever did as screenwriters. But no, it's just so stupid. It's an interesting thing that they reused that character there to do something different. But you could have said that about anyone. You could have put even Thanos and be like, oh, actually, I didn't really die. I just got squeezed into this weird suit and became a weapon of mass destruction. The worst thing about this is that they keep forcing him to open up his helmet so we can see his like incredibly ugly stretched out face. Who thought it was a good idea? Who? Tell me, so we can shoot at them, because it's awful. This is garbage, and it's the best example to show why this movie just doesn't make any sense at all, and it kind of like wants to head into different directions all at the same time. The best moments in this movie are the quietest moments, where characters actually talk to each other, connect to each other, try to communicate with each other, like using, for example, the red little liquid to understand each other's languages. Moments like flashbacks between Kang and Hank's wife, for example, where we get to understand how Kang got there and how basically she got stuck there as well, all the reasonings behind that. But those are the quiet moments that work really well, and we needed more of those at the end of the day. And also the problem with this movie here, it's all about setting up more things for the MCU, for the new phase to come. They have to set up Kang as a threat, but they also have to limit his power so that Ant-Man can defeat him at the end of the day.
Thought you could win. I don't have to win. We both just have to lose.
They need to tease the multiverse while also not tell us too much, because every single movie is probably gonna be about that. And Loki season 2 is gonna be about that as well. So the result is kind of like a Kang that is saying, oh, I'm the worst person you will ever meet. I'm the conqueror. I can do this and this and that. But he never actually does it. And when he does it, he mostly uses like CGI, like lasers to kill people that we don't really care about. The movie just feels very bloodless. It just feels like it's empty of meaning, empty of care, they're empty of stakes, mostly because we are in this incredibly small quantum realm and we haven't had the time to actually care about it in the way that we had the time to care about the TVA, for example, in the Loki season 1, and they really forced us to care about like the structure of timelines and keeping like everything in a box, you know what I mean? But they didn't do it with the quantum realm, and it's mostly because they just couldn't unleash Kang to its full potential, and it's a huge problem. And I think choosing Kang as a third villain for a third Ant-Man movie is just the worst decision ever at the end of the day, because he doesn't fit well with Scott/Ant-Man, especially if Scott doesn't want to change. He wants to remain like incredibly positive, funny, quirky guy. There is like a fight scene at the end of this movie that is like one of the worst choreographed fight scenes I've ever seen, where they're just like stepping on each other and giving like knee hits at each other, and it's the first time that we actually see some blood, even though like Kang killed so many people in the entire movie. It's the first time that we actually see that the hero is getting hurt, and it's in the stupidest scene ever. But there is a moment where Kang actually threatens Scott that he will kill Cassie multiple times, rewind time, and do it over and over again until basically he goes down there and gets the power source for him. They actually tried to squeeze in like the heist thing that was like a big part of basically the entire Ant-Man trilogy, but it doesn't really work, because when you're doing a heist, it means you're stealing something from someone. But the heist in this movie here, he's not stealing something from someone, he's just getting something back. So it's not a heist, it's literally just like a capture the flag. No, not even, because a capture the flag, you would need like an opponent who's actually trying to stop you from catching the flag. He just has to go down there and get it. And my question is, why doesn't he do it? Why does he just say that he's gonna do it and then not do it even once? Because this movie would have felt so much more powerful if we actually saw all the things that he was talking about. Can you imagine what it will feel like to actually him threaten Scott and do it there on the spot, to kill Cassie in front of our eyes over and over again? And also for the psychological and physical repercussion for Cassie to experience that. It would have been really interesting as character development for her. And they robbed us of that just because that they thought that the dialogue threats were enough to convince Scott to just give up everything and do what Kang wanted him to do. And it just sucks.
If you help me, I'm the man who can give you the one thing you want. You're an Avenger, and you have a daughter, but you've lost a lot of time. Like me, we can help each other with that.
This movie really shows once again the limitations of the MCU and the point that they don't really want to commit to doing interesting things with their characters. At the end of this movie, we kind of get the sense that Scott is about to sacrifice himself to save his family, but no, and it's actually a really interesting emotional moment, because he's like, I don't have to win, we just have to both lose, which is something that is really well written at the end of the day. I like that line. But then Cassie somehow manages to open another portal, even though we have no idea how she did that, because from her angle, from her point of view, the technology that she created is just a radio. It's just a MODOK that managed to create a portal from the other direction. But she is not supposed to have any idea on how to create a portal to the quantum realm. And she does it in like 2 seconds. It appears behind them and they're like, okay, fair enough, so I guess we can go home. So the sacrifice was worthless. The tease of the sacrifice was worthless. And all the emotional turmoil that we just went through during the fight with Kang, it felt like it was pointless because there were no consequences. Same thing that they did with Thor: Love and Thunder when they showed Natalie Portman being happy and going to like a weird paradise. No, it's just weird.
You know, the good news is you're Asgardians. So if you die, you'll end up in Valhalla.
Oh my god, go away.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
You can't have it both ways. You have to make choices. And that is the mainly problem why I'm getting always more disappointed with the MCU movies. Because they're not actually taking any of the drastic choices that they should do to create a strong movie that actually ages well. The Ant-Man movies, I never rewatched them when I used to do like my MCU marathons to get ready for Infinity War and Endgame and that kind of stuff. I never used to watch them because they were just so incredibly pointless. They felt pointless. And now they created a movie that its concept is not pointless at all, but it still ends up being pointless because of how badly written it is. Okay, let's see if I've forgotten any things. Talking about the characters, there is something interesting that Jeremy Jones, he's another like reviewer that I follow, he has said something quite interesting about the fact that everyone now can be super smart. As I said before, we're not like in the Tony Stark era anymore where it actually took a lot of effort to create something that was incredibly rudimentary. Now it doesn't take any effort at all possible to create the most revolutionary thing ever. And it's really funny because this created another thought in my head about Nepo babies, because in this kind of phase of the MCU, we're setting up like daughters, sons to take the helm of Black Panther, Ant-Man, and all of those other superheroes, instead of like giving it to just normal everyday people. And this is something where they're actually actively breaking the MCU, and the most important thing when it comes to relating to superheroes, and the idea that almost anyone could be a superhero. Weird things are gonna happen to you to give you the powers, yes, but at the core of your personality, you are that selfless, you want to protect and save people. But here we're going towards a new phases where most of the new young Avengers, they're just sons, daughters, and related anyways to the main characters.
Your daughter built a subatomic Hubble telescope in a basement.
What do I have to do to make people fucking listen to me?
Meaning that we're taking out that familiar aspect of anyone can be a superhero, and we're just turning all of these new superheroes into Nepo babies. And I thought it was an interesting like deconstruction that I've never seen anyone talk about. So here, we talked about it. I want to talk about Kang once again, which is the only good part of this film here. The performance by Jonathan Majors as well, he's incredible. And if we talk about once again the idea of empty threats that he throws at the main characters. Can you imagine if Kang just annihilated, killed everyone in the quantum realm, and then he just died in the same way that we see in the film? The ants come helping out our superheroes, and the superheroes just everything goes on in the exact same way. But we had the one little thing where Kang is like, it doesn't matter if you beat me, because I still won. I conquered this place, I killed everyone, and you lose. Because by killing me, you don't change anything, because there are millions versions of me which are way worse than me. And then we live like as superheroes, like in this weird limbo where they literally just motivated an entire species of people to revolt against Kang, to take back their power, and they all died for it. No one is actually there to reap the good results of Kang being destroyed. And that would have been an incredible message for war movies just in general, and the idea that you always have to go straight on and fight, and it doesn't matter how many people die, sacrifice themselves, because at the end of the day, someone will survive to actually rebuild something. No one survives at the end. It would have been incredibly interesting. Can you imagine like a darker version of this movie that actually made sense? And not like a movie that ends where Scott's like doing his really happy walk in the street, talking about how, oh my god, maybe I killed Kang and I shouldn't have killed Kang, because Kang wanted to do something. And we don't know exactly what he wanted to do, but we killed him anyways. Ah, who cares? How can you end a movie like that? And this is where my point about this not being an Ant-Man movie and being an Ant-Man movie at the same time, and how these two concepts don't work together at all at the end of the day. Then we've got the mid-credit scene, which is once again incredibly cringy, mostly because it almost looks like it was shot like San Diego Comic-Con. The three main Kangs that we see are like wearing, like one looks like an Egyptian like pharaoh, another one looks like almost like a blackface version of Jonathan Majors. I don't know exactly like what type of Kang he is, and the other one I don't even remember at the end of the day. And basically they're saying that they called all the Kangs in this big stadium, and you just see them like shouting and doing things like that.
I'm Kang! Witless!
Everything!
Yes, I am Kang! Kang!
And just it looked so bad, and this like sets up expectations for us, right? For the MCU, for the new phase. So basically the MCU is gonna be Scooby-Doo. Every single new film, every single new episode of this phase, we're gonna be going against a new type of Kang who's gonna die and be replaced by a new type of Kang. That's basically what they're teasing, that's basically what they're building up to, right?
Finding that missing armored car after all these years. But who are these two?
Don't you recognize them, Sheriff?
Wow. Those are Kang 1 and Kang 2. I really didn't see that coming.
And this is not gonna be cool. This is exactly why the multiverse will kill the MCU as we know it, because we will lose the stakes. Even if Jonathan Majors manages to make us care about all these Kangs in different ways in every single film or TV show, it will not matter at the end of the day, because for our superheroes, it will feel like they were just killing like the same person over and over again. And it will be bad. It will be so bad. And it's such a bad thing to reveal this moment here in this movie, especially knowing that this is just the beginning of a huge saga. You should have done this way later. You shouldn't have done it now. Maybe you could have done it like the thing with the 3 Kangs that imprisoned the other Kang that we met in this film. But to see that entire stadium of CGI Kangs was just once again one of the cringiest things I've ever seen. I'm honestly done talking about this movie. Like, I was so disappointed. Like, my face was like this for the entire movie. I was not having fun and literally felt like my head was about to explode just by the amount of stuff that I wanted to talk about and criticize when it comes to this film. No, actually that was it. Those are all the critiques I had about Ant-Man and Wasp / Quantumania, whatever the fuck. For the last scene, I mean, we get to have a peek into what Loki season 2 is gonna be about, and I don't know, I'm not excited about the future because at the end of the day they're doing this over and over again. I don't even remember the last time I was actually satisfied by an MCU movie. Werewolf by Night, maybe, but it wasn't an actual movie, it was just like a weird long episode of like a special. Maybe Eternals, because even Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, even though I enjoyed it, I could feel that it was just yet another like MCU multiverse thing. I actually really liked Eternals, even though of course it raised so many weird questions about the future of the MCU and the past of the MCU as well. I thought that it was a good standalone movie and it looked different and it felt different as well. Is it Infinity War in Endgame? Is it really like the last time that we had a incredibly good, like well written, well performed, not cringy movie in the MCU was back with Endgame? It's insane. It's really insane. And now that we're starting a new phase with something like this, it's even more insane.
Well, I didn't ask to get made! I didn't ask to be torn apart and put back together over and over and turned into some little monster!
Rocket, no one's calling you a monster.
He called me vermin! She called me rodent!
That one didn't age quite so well.
We'll all fly away together. Into the forever and beautiful sky.
At the end of the day, it's not surprising, there are not that many plot twists, but it is also incredibly refreshing and it's incredibly fun and it's also incredibly sad, and I almost teared up. And I honestly don't remember the last time that I teared up for an MCU movie. It must have been probably WandaVision or even Spider-Man No Way Home. If you think about that scene where Andrew Garfield is basically just jumping in to save Zendaya.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Are you okay?
It's the only scene that breaks me every single time. But anyways, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is without a doubt one of the most entertaining MCU movies since Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, but it also has stakes. You kind of have a feeling that these characters might die at the end of every single action sequence, and they actually play with that quite a lot, specifically with Nebula, mostly because she's a weird android / cyborg hybrid. Basically, it's almost impossible to kill her, and there are so many times where you get like her bones are gonna snap, or where you get her almost like dying, and then the movie just gives her a chance to like heal herself. But those moments work quite incredibly at the end of the day, and I love that James Gunn is taking risk when it comes to this movie. It really feels like he's just committed to these characters so much, and at the end of the day, this trilogy is one of the best MCU trilogies that I've ever seen, mostly because it is character driven. It's not concept driven, it's not like cameo driven like other trilogies, if you think about Spider-Man, or even if you think about Captain America, because for example the third movie in the Captain America trilogy is Captain America Civil War, which is basically not a Captain America movie when you think about it. This is the most coherent trilogy that the MCU has ever done since probably Iron Man, even though it has definitely bigger stakes and also more imagination at the end of the day. Because if there's one thing we can say about this movie, it's that it's just so beautiful to look at, but it's also very ridiculous when it wants to. And it's really funny because it feels like it was borrowing so many of the special effects ideas from Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, but it just made them better, and they actually made sense within the plot and within the universe of the Guardians themselves. It kind of feels like the same people who were working on Quantumania ended up working like the day after on this movie here, and if you've seen the movie already, you'll know what I mean. But this is why they actually work. The special effects are actually breathtaking. This is probably one of the best looking Marvel movies that I've seen since Eternals. It's a different look, of course, because there is a lot of special effects, there is a lot of green screens, but at the end of the day, James Gunn manages always to ground us in the scene and within the landscapes as well. And maybe it's also because most of the main characters are either CGI characters like Rocket, for example, or they are a mix of practical effects and CGI. And that's maybe why they blend in so much with like space opera slash sci-fi landscapes, and that's why this movie ended up working so much for me.
Well, what I'm trying to say...
Peter, you know this is an open line, right?
What?
We're listening to everything you're saying.
And it is painful.
And you're just telling me now?
We were hoping it would stop on its own.
There are so many incredible action sequences as well, and this is honestly like my John Wick. There is one scene which is basically one of those fake out long takes, which is so beautiful. There are so many weird aliens like dying and being decapitated, and our main characters like jumping and doing incredible stunts that like are impossible in real life. But that's why it works, and that's why it's so fun. If there is one thing I can say about the John Wick franchise, at the end of the day, it's still remains anchored on Earth and with the laws of gravity as well, while the Guardians movie kind of allows us to go completely insane and to kind of borrow all of those action stunts and to turn them into something very colorful, very funny, and at the end of the day very creative, because it's something that looks different. It still manages to feel fresh just because of the incredible creature designs that are featured here. If there is one thing that I loved about this movie, it's the characters, the side characters as well, but also the notion of creating a home, because basically if you've seen the Christmas special, you know that the Guardians have established Nowhere as their headquarters, but it's not just a headquarters. It's not like basically the Avengers headquarters where it feels like it's just empty always with people in suits just walking around, and sometimes there is a superhero that happens to walk by. Nowhere is an actual city, Nowhere is an actual planet, it's an actual community of people who are trying to band together to survive. It is like made out of incredibly weird characters, probably like the misfits of the universe, meaning that it's all the people that feel like outcasts, maybe rejected by other planets, other crews, and their families as well, and they banded together on this weird planet to basically survive and to have a decent life as well. And you care for most of them as well. There are so many incredible scenes with Cosmo, for example, and the character played by Sean Gunn, who has now inherited basically the powers of Yondu, and it works. It doesn't feel like it's just there to make funny jokes, the kind of like one-liners that we're used to when it comes to Marvel movies. It just feels like these characters exist and you believe that they're actually acting true to their own personalities, and they're not just saying things just because we want to have a laugh. Things that you might have seen with Quantumania, things that you might have seen with Love and Thunder, where everything is turned into a joke to the point that we can't take any of it seriously. But even the side characters like Sean Gunn's character, for example, ends up having a small character arc that was actually teased at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. And if there is one thing I can say, and I can actually applaud James Gunn for his screenwriting skills, it's the fact that this movie wraps everything up perfectly. It wraps up all the things that were teased in Volume 2, so the Adam Warlock stuff, the ego stuff, the relationship with Mantis that was also established in the Christmas special, and it creates links, of course, with other movies like Endgame and Infinity War when it comes to the relationship in between Gamora and Peter Quill.
Whoever it was that you were in love with, it sounds more like her.
Her? That's ridiculous.
Do not bring me into this.
Knock it off! What? Just never noticed how black your eyes were.
They were replaced by my father as a method of torture.
He picked a pretty set.
But also small things like, do you remember, for example, that Guardians of the Galaxy, the first movie that came out in 2014, starred a dancing sequence at the beginning but also at the very end of the movie. That's how we got introduced to the main character and the main characters just in general. And I love that James Gunn committed so much to these kind of silly dancing sequences that he reproduced them in the second movie, but that he used them almost for narrative and emotional reasons represents in this third movie here. Dancing almost becomes like a character arc for some of the main characters here, because it kind of represents that idea of like being part of the family, because dancing is something that you do with your family, with your friends, with other people. It's not really something you can do on your own. At the end of the day, even though it looks silly, it's incredibly fun. If we want to talk about the soundtrack, since it's related to the dancing part as well, the soundtrack is really good, but sometimes it almost went into montage, like almost like MTV music video style, where I was like, you're literally cutting out interesting dialogues that could be happening with just music. But I think this has to do with almost like what Guardians of the Galaxy established at the very beginning, almost like 10 years ago. The idea basically that the soundtrack is kind of like reflecting and mirroring all of the emotional things that the main characters are going through, and it is kind of like guiding them through like a journey as well. And it's something that it's been replicated since then in so many blockbuster movies. If you think about Baby Driver, for example, that's an excellent example, but that is actually a good movie. But you've seen so many other like mediocre action movies that try to do that as well. They try to replicate the James Gunn way of making movies, and that's maybe why the soundtrack didn't impact me as much in this third movie here, mostly because now it's almost become part of the norm when it comes to those kind of action movies. But it's still really good. There are so many incredible songs that I had never heard before or that I completely forgot about, and that stand out so much just because of the action sequences that go along with it. I think it's safe to say we can go into spoiler mode right now and discuss into details all of the characters, all of the plot twists, so that we can actually deconstruct this movie a little bit more, so that I can explain why I loved it so much, specifically from a screenwriting perspective. Let's start by talking about the characters, the relationships that have been established in between them, and how this is like a perfect send-off movie. I kind of feel like Marvel is almost like shooting itself on the foot by creating like such a perfect quirky family movie that at the end of the day all of the other ones are not gonna feel as genuine. If you think about the Fantastic Four movie that has been announced, but also Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania was kind of designed like a family of superheroes kind of movie, but it didn't work at all, mostly because every single character just didn't have any personality at all, and even when it comes to their skill set, they just kind of were copy and paste versions of the same person, which is not the case with the Guardians of the Galaxy. All of them have very different backstories, very different personalities, and they stay coherent from the first movie to the third one, with one exception, the small little scene that you can see in Thor Love and Thunder, where basically the Guardians are just treated as one-off jokes.
This is leaving us forever!
I'm putting them down.
Me too! No, it's not working, it's not charged. Well, maybe you need to find the charger. Whoa. Torque, you okay?
Yeah, bro, all good.
And it's weird, and it needs to be uncanonized at the end of the day, because they don't even mention it in this volume here, if you think about it. It would have been so easy to make a joke about like, I wonder where Thor is right now. It's really clear that James Gunn didn't want to do that, because he actually didn't find that whole idea of Thor and the Guardians of the Galaxy getting together that interesting at the end of the day, or that stimulating as well. If you want to address all the Rocket stuff, all the different flashbacks and the character development that he goes through, actually, that particular story there was supposed to be like a short film that was actually going to be released separately, and then he decided to include it into volume 3 and to make it like the most important part of volume 3, where it's basically driving the narrative from the beginning to the end. That's why I say that this movie has stakes, because it's not about saving the universe, it's about saving your friend who has 48 hours until he dies, and there are so many kind of like side villains that are gonna try to stop our main characters to achieve that goal, and one of them is Adam Warlock, which we saw at the end of volume 2. It's kind of interesting because I think that comic book fans are gonna find Adam Warlock incredibly annoying and the perfect kind of representation of what Marvel doesn't do well.
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you.
Which is kind of like hyping things up and committing to an incredible, majestic, like almost godly character. They have to take a piss out of it, like they can't take something too seriously unless maybe it's Thanos. So Adam Warlock is one of those characters that nobody takes seriously, and I think that it works perfectly within this movie here. It maybe doesn't work when you look at the comics,
comics. It maybe doesn't work when you look at what was established at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, but I think it works perfectly within the franchise because everybody's stupid in this franchise. Everybody is incredibly flawed, and when you think about it, the characters who end up creating Adam Warlock, they pretend to be like this incredible perfect society, but they're incredibly egotistic, they're incredibly dumb at the end of the day in a very human way, and it makes sense actually. They would end up creating a being that is not closer to perfection than they are. It's actually stupider, and the reason that they find to explain that is because they took him out of his like chamber too fast, so he came out basically with the IQ of a child and the power level of a Titan, for example.
I don't have hands. Are we the baddies?
But I think that the actor does an incredible well job at making us care about Adam Warlock. There is only like one scene where it was kind of confusing what he was trying to do, and it's when the planet is exploding and he just like starts running away towards like his mother. I didn't really understand whether he was trying to save her or he was trying to kill her. It was not really clear within the context of his performance, or maybe it has to do with the editing. There was like maybe a scene missing or something like that. I didn't understand that part, but that was the only thing. I really liked his redemption arc at the end of the day in the final act, even though I was not really into the fake out death that they do with Peter Quill. It would have been interesting for him to sacrifice himself, but at the end of the day I knew that Marvel was not gonna do that, so it was kind of weird to just look at him die and then come back to life almost immediately.
Are you yawning in the middle of this while I'm breaking it down? Huh? Did you hear what I said?
Stop listening after you said we need a plan.
But I'm kind of glad that at least they decided to stuck with the facial injury that happened because he was basically into open space for like a couple of seconds, because otherwise the scene would have felt even more weightless, as if there was no consequences to just being in the middle of space without any kind of protection. So I like that part. When it comes to Rocket, I really liked all the flashbacks that I talked about before, and his backstories and his relationship with the main villain as well, that I'm gonna address quite soon as well. If there is one thing I can criticize about this film, and it's the only thing that really bothered me, is the fact that there is no actual in-movie narrative explanation for why the flashbacks are happening. I feel like the fact that he's in a coma, it's not like a good explanation, mostly because they seem to be happening at random moments just to fill up time, and I feel like the movie needed to give us a bit more.
Someday, I'm gonna make great machines that fly. And me and my friends are gonna go flying together into the forever and beautiful sky.
Maybe do a thing where he's kind of revisiting all of those memories with someone, and he has to make a choice whether to sacrifice himself, whether to just lay down and die because he suffered so much throughout his life, or because of his guilt that he was not able to save his first friends, or to fight for something better, for something larger, to fight for his family, his newfound family, so the Guardians. And I kind of feel like they rushed that part in the last flashback, where basically it really feels like we are in the void, in the Harry Potter void that you see also in the Deathly Hallows, and it feels like he has to make a choice, but he doesn't really make a choice. He just decides to die, and then his friend is like, oh no, it's not your moment, and he's snapped back to life. It's weird. It's weird. Those flashbacks, the way they were put together within the story, they still feel a bit out of place, and they're just missing something to make them even more coherent. And if you want to talk about the High Executioner, a lot of people have been criticizing the High Executioners when it comes to his motives, when it comes to the way that he's just one of those big bads that want to like reshape the universe, kind of like Ego wanted to do as well, kind of like Thanos. But I think there is enough different things about him that make him stand out. First of all, the idea that he wants to make everything more perfect, he wants to create the perfect society. It is very clear that he's doing that because of a lack within himself, a kind of emotional work that he's not doing from a psychological, therapeutic perspective, and that's why he needs to create perfection, because he finds that he's not perfect on his own. And maybe that's where the movie just needed to exploit that a little bit more to make us understand like where he was coming from, what his origin story was as well, and why he felt that need. But I think because of the scenes that we get, we still understand that's why he's so obsessed about perfection. And I also like the idea that at the end of the day, he's not trying to conquer new worlds. He's literally just like creating
new societies and putting them on these planets. He's getting inspired by different things. He's kind of like an artist at the end of the day. He's not really like trying to kill other people at the end of the day, or at least that's not what they tell us when it comes to the film. For example, if you look at Counter-Earth, there is nothing signaling us that he kind of like decimated all the beings on that planet before he actually put his society on it. You know what I mean? So of course what he does is incredibly bad because he's creating basically new forms of intelligence, wiping them out, and it's all related to his ego at the end of the day, whether these are perfect or not, and it's very subjective because his definition of perfection seems to be very related to intelligence and not looks specifically. Because if you look at Counter-Earth, for example, the animal society that he's created there looks incredibly weird, and I find it incredibly funny also that we actually get to go back to Earth, but it's not Earth, it's Counter-Earth, which kind of looks like this a 70s/80s version of Earth, of course with weird animal creatures, and it comes with all the bad stuff that was going on in the 70s and 80s as well when it comes to like the opioids epidemic and stuff like that, a lot of bullying. And it's really funny that like he doesn't notice that because he's so focused on intelligence. He's not really focused on creating a society that works. He's not clever enough to be able to do that. But anyways, I was saying that it's so interesting that we end up going on Counter-Earth because this is one of the things that I hate the most about the MCU. It's the fact that we always go back to Earth. If you look at Thor, there are so many movies where you end up going to Earth for no reason whatsoever, and Earth really sucks. I've said this in a lot of different videos and critiques of other MCU movies. Earth doesn't look interesting and I'm really tired to be on it.
The Earth sucks.
So of course for the Guardians of the Galaxy movie to finally go back to Earth, but it's not actually Earth, it's like a weird looking version of Earth that looks very bland at the end of the day, mostly because he's inspired himself by like the art and the ambition of humans to create like the most bland society ever. I really liked that. I thought it was really interesting just because of that critique that we all have when it comes to previous MCU movies. I am kind of sad because now that the Guardians movie are completely done, even though it is mentioned that Star-Lord will come back, and I still don't understand why he's coming back because he's the least interesting of the entire cast. It kind of feels like there is like a big hole in the MCU right now for that kind of space opera fun stuff. The Marvel's trailer, for example, signaled that we're gonna go back to Earth. It's gonna be a back and forth. And the other movies that they have announced, there is nothing that looks exactly like this, and it's a bit sad. I think we're gonna be missing a lot the Guardians. But at the end of the day, I'm really happy for what James Gunn decided to do with the final act, where basically he just finished up all the character arcs of these beautiful characters in ways that made sense. If you look at Mantis, it's incredibly interesting, of course, for her to go on her own and to find herself, because as she said in the movie, she spent her entire life working for Ego, and then she worked for the Guardians of the Galaxy. She never actually worked for herself. Then you look at the Gamora kind of Peter Quill relationship that they started to build on in this movie. It was really interesting how Gamora was like incredibly like aggressive, but for very good reasons, of course, towards Peter Quill, saying that it doesn't matter whether Peter Quill was actually so in love with Gamora, he should find something else that like gives him meaning and gives him purpose in his life, because she can't be his entire reason for surviving and for being, you know, and it really sucks. And it's something that is represented as romantic in a lot of like romantic comedies, but also in action movies as well, where two people are like so in love with each other that they kind of like don't exist outside of their romantic love.
I miss you so much. And maybe if you open yourself up to it, there's a possibility.
I don't think so, Quinn.
Quill.
And that's exactly what like Gamora was criticizing, and what James Gunn was criticizing with the entire like subplot when it comes to the romance, and it worked perfectly. The idea that Gamora managed to create a new family with the Ravagers is incredibly cool. The idea that Peter Quill would leave the Guardians and finally give the title of captain to Rocket, really good character development that dates back to the first movie, where they used to argue all the time about who was the captain and who got to drive the spaceship. I really like what they did with
Drax as well, the idea that he's not a destroyer anymore and that he's changed so much since the first movie. He needs to find some peace and he needs to basically be a leader for this new community because he's a father. That's what he's good at. And I really love his character arc, even though it was really small and it basically had to do with being taken seriously by the other members of the Guardians. And this entire movie is all about the Guardians kind of like finally understanding what they are and what they bring to the team as well as unique people at the end of the day. And it's not just about like fighting skill sets and stuff like that. They all have different personalities that bring something to the team, and this movie was about developing all of that. So not only they would be able to work together, which they've shown that they can do in previous movies as well, but they actually understand each other at a very deep level. And I found it incredible how James Gunn really got so many incredible performances from all of these actors and performance here, whether it is Bradley Cooper's voice when it comes to the acting of Rocket. I feel like the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy is without a doubt some of the best work that Chris Pratt has ever done, especially because he gets to show a lot of range. He gets to be really funny, he gets to be an action lead as well, but he also gets to be very intense. If you just look at the relationship that was built with Ego, so his father, but also the relationship that he has built with Rocket within the final volume of this trilogy, and it's just heartbreaking. The moment when he breaks down, when he thinks that Rocket might be dying, Chris Pratt really sells the shit out of that moment, and it works just because of the performances. And that's why I love this movie at the end of the day, because everyone was so committed to their characters, to the universe. It really feels like we are looking at the Guardians of the Galaxy. We're not looking at people standing in the middle of like a dome surrounded by green screen. We're not looking at people who are trying to create cameos and hints to future movies and stuff like that. No, we're actually looking at characters going through interesting things and going into new adventures. I really like the fact that we get a scene with Rocket and adult Groot at the end and the new Guardians of the Galaxy. The new Guardians look incredibly silly, but that's the point, I think. It kind of reminds me of the weird thing that they did in Thor Love and Thunder, where basically like Thor ends up fighting with children, but it doesn't really make sense for his character, I think, because it was not signaled at all throughout his entire arc that he needed to be nicer to children and he wanted to be a father. It made no sense, but it makes really sense for Rocket to be in a team like that because he's someone who kind of like used to look at people through their fighting skill sets. He used to be very judgy of others. So for him to end up being a captain of a team of such weird characters, including like a dog, a weird creature, child, and a tree, like it's insane when you think about it, but that's all the character development that he's been through, and that's why he's able to be the perfect captain for that specific team. And I really like also all the message about like saving animals at the end of the day. It was like another subplot that was incredibly hard to watch when you look at all the animal cruelty and the weird experiments that the High Executioner was working on throughout the entire movie. So moments of like incredible cuteness and so many moments of incredible like just gnarly stuff. If you just look at Warpig, for example, it just looks like he's in pain and it was really hard to look at. So I'm really glad that they actually made the villains really stand out at the end of the day, and they looked incredibly disgusting. Same thing goes when they go to OrCorp and they try to steal information to save Rocket. All of the suits, all of the design of OrCorp is so incredibly weird and gnarly, and it worked really well. And I thought that Nathan Fillion was incredibly funny, and I'm really glad that he was there as well. I think this movie also commits quite a lot to its violence and to having more stakes. The moment, for example, where basically the High Executioner is unmasked and you just look at his just disgusting face, which kind of like reminds me of Red Skull as well, and just the camera lingers on it to make you understand how he must be feeling, how disgusted of himself he must be feeling, and how he's trying to compensate by trying to create even more perfect beings. It's really interesting, and I really love that this film didn't compromise for anyone and for anything, and that's why it worked so well at the end of the day. It just feels like a James Gunn movie in the way that Doctor Strange really felt like a Sam Raimi movie as well.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
Honestly, this was one of those movies that I wanted to avoid. I didn't want to go and see it at the cinema, mostly because the first teaser trailer was utter trash.
I can't. Can you? I got it.
You had no idea what was going on. You had no idea how it was a follow-up of the first Captain Marvel movie. You had no idea how it would follow Secret Invasion as well. And you didn't really know why these three characters were meant to meet and group up together to fight a bad guy like they did for the Avengers, like they did in other movies like Civil War. So those are the expectations that I had going into this movie, just to tell you that that's probably why I enjoyed it so much and I had such a good time.
You cannot protect your people. But you can stand tall without standing alone.
We're gonna deconstruct the whole movie, of course. We're gonna talk about the multiverse angle. We're gonna talk about the MCU overall. We're gonna talk about the narrative structure. We're gonna talk about the performances, the special effects. We're gonna talk about everything. But let's start by keeping it spoiler free. So if you go in not knowing anything about the MCU, will you understand this movie? Well, actually, yeah. They really put a lot of effort into trying to make you understand who these characters are, where they come from, what their backstory is, and how they're evolving within this movie as well. Having said that, if you don't like Captain Marvel, I'm pretty sure you're not going to enjoy this movie. I feel like it's really clear from the very start, mostly because the entire structure of this movie is built around Captain Marvel, around her choices. This is clearly Captain Marvel 2, even though they didn't really name it that way. We're kind of in a weird Captain America Civil War situation here. That's actually why I decided to put it back there, because this is a movie that is kind of like serving as a sequel to a superhero, but also that is serving as a team up that is teasing future team ups as well and future MCU movies. So that's why I think a lot of people are not liking it. The tone is so completely different from Captain Marvel. But the thing is, I feel like Captain Marvel is one of those movies that was completely bogged down by its own concept, because Brie Larson, aka Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel, in that movie suffers from memory loss across the entire movie, which means that she basically doesn't have any personality. She doesn't get to shine at all, and performance-wise, it must have been really boring for Brie Larson as well, because she's a very talented actress and she got to play only higher, faster, stronger, the kind of almost military environment where she's a soldier and she's fighting for a cause that has been fed to her by other people. And that's why I feel like if you go in having loved Captain Marvel, you're gonna feel pretty weird about the Marvels, because the tone is completely different. This is way more fun. This is way more upbeat at the end of the day. It is a team-up movie, and the three characters at its center have great chemistry. Honestly, I was really skeptical going in when it comes to how their powers were gonna intertwine, and also it felt a bit like a gimmick, right? The fact that these three characters kind of forced to band together, but this time around it is the fact that they keep switching places every single time they use their powers, meaning that they cannot really be fully themselves without switching and putting the other people in danger. And I thought that they handled it quite well. This is one of those MCU movies where the action sequences are actually incredibly fun. I really loved how they were coordinated. They all felt very different one from the other. And one thing that I didn't really like about Captain Marvel is the fact that it was a sidequel that was taking place in the 90s that was in between, I think, Infinity War and Endgame, if I'm not mistaken. It was released around that time, meaning that we didn't really know exactly where it stood. It was kind of like a Black Widow movie. It's kind of a weird coincidence when you think about it, that when we have these female-led superhero movies, it's always about the backstory stuff. It's always about coming back to the past. It's always like at moments in time in the MCU where it's not really important. Captain Marvel, Black Widow. Do you see the link here? It's kind of weird. So the Marvels is one of those movies where it doesn't feel like that anymore. The Marvels actually feels like it's part of the MCU. It doesn't really feel like an episode of the MCU that people want to forget as fast as possible, or that Kevin Feige felt forced to put out there, so they want to be attacked for representation purposes.
My favorite thing about the movie is like it feels like a movie. It feels like a real, like, you know, go to the theater film, movie.
Having said that, I was saying that this movie is mostly based around Captain Marvel, right? Well, Monica Rambeau and Miss Marvel don't really have any character development in this movie. I mean, Monica Rambeau is basically defined by everything that you know about her. Basically the fact that Captain Marvel has not gone to see her since she was a child. She basically abandoned her, and that's the only thing that defines her for this entire movie, which is kind of weird when you think about it, because she was an important part of WandaVision, and you would assume that they would talk about it a little bit more, and it's not just about touching weird magical things and getting power and that's it, right? When it comes to Miss Marvel, it's kind of like a direct sequel to the series, which works quite well.
Well, that does not sound like science homework. Okay.
She seems really more competent when it comes to her powers. She's always as excited and as energetic as she was in the series, and it's honestly quite fun to see her on screen. She's the highlight of the movie. She steals every single scene that she's in. I mean, I have to talk about stuff that has been going on online as well when it comes to Twitter, Rotten Tomatoes, critics just in general. A lot of people are criticizing Miss Marvel's reaction to Captain Marvel throughout the movie as too much, kind of forgetting that there are a lot of other characters, specifically guys, who have done it in the past and we didn't have the same reaction to them. It's kind of like the internet / the MCU fans don't really like when women are fangirling about other MCU characters.
It's an honor to meet you, officially. I sort of met you. I mean, I watched you while you were sleeping.
It's weird. It's kind of weird that we have to do that. Plus Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man as well. He was really into Iron Man. A bit too much, right? It got annoying after a while.
Mr. Stark, it's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't really need to start a conversation.
Okay.
So Mr. Stark was like, hey, Underoos! And I just sort of flipped in. Can I please just talk to Mr. Stark?
But no one criticized it as much as everyone is criticizing Miss Marvel right now. Actually, most people probably they haven't seen the TV show of Miss Marvel, so they have no idea who she is. She's just yet another person that they don't like within a movie that they don't want to like, if you know what I mean. Let's maybe go into spoilers so that we can address everything that happens in this movie and deconstruct it and actually try to convey why I found this movie so incredibly exhilarating in a mass of kind of MCU mediocrity. If you just take out Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, everything else lately has been so incredibly mediocre and boring and not that satisfying. Of course, I'm not talking about Loki. Loki Season 2 is a masterpiece. If there is one thing that we can really criticize about this movie, it's the connection with the other MCU properties. I think this movie makes Secret Invasion even worse because it is shown basically that there is a lot of Skrulls living on a planet and there is a Skrull Emperor as well, and it seems like they've created a civilization, like there are buildings, the entire planet is to them as well. Like not even 6 months ago we watched Secret Invasion where it took 30 years for them to be upset about not having a planet and being refugees, and they all moved to Earth. It is clearly stated in the series itself, like millions of Skrulls are now on Earth, hiding and replacing people, etc. And they try to do a coup d'etat, basically, of the entire world, and they try to create World War III, basically, right? And Nick Fury is kind of fighting against that on his own because nobody believes him, and a lot of complicated stuff that I've addressed in other videos previously. This movie doesn't give a shit about that. Like, the Skrulls are living on a planet which is getting destroyed once again, and the Skrulls have to be moved somewhere else. And this time around, they're actually talking about the big problem that I had with Secret Invasion, where they're talking about New Asgard, and they actually send the Skrulls to New Asgard, which is something that they should have done so long ago. It's something that I didn't address within Secret Invasion, and it just drives me insane. This is a consequence of Secret Invasion. This is not the fault of the movie when you think about it, because it kind of just adds on another layer to the tragic story of the Skrulls. I like it, but it makes no sense when it comes to Secret Invasion, and honestly I want to kind of delete it from my mind because it was so incredibly underwhelming. Same goes with Nick Fury. This is the Nick Fury that we knew from maybe back into the Avengers movies, where he was like joking a lot more. There was not a lot of trauma, there was not a lot of tragedy behind his character or even mystery, because every single line of dialogue that this guy has in this movie is a
joke.
Monica, you gotta fly.
No.
Black girl magic.
Which doesn't go well with Secret Invasion at all, where he was depressed. We found out that he had a wife. We found out that he lost his best friend, who is a Skrull as well. It just makes no sense at all. And it's something that has to happen at some point when you have such a large universe and there is a property that just doesn't work. And I think the Marvels was supposed to come out last year, right? And they had to rearrange stuff. So it is possible that Nick Fury was just rewritten basically for Secret Invasion to match the tone of that series. And at the end of the day, they just couldn't change it in the Marvels because a lot of things were already shot and it just changed maybe the tone of the movie too much. Let's talk about the villain in this movie, which is part of the Kree. I actually really like the Kree. I think they're a really interesting species and they do a lot of interesting build-up when they relate it to Captain Marvel as well, because basically it is revealed that Captain Marvel, using her powers, destroyed the artificial intelligence that was governing the Kree, and because of that the Kree planet just went completely insane. It started the Kree Civil War and now they're just basically barely living on their own planet because they're missing a lot of resources. Their sun has died, the oceans is completely dried out, the atmosphere is almost unlivable. So there is this villain who comes out trying to get revenge at Captain Marvel, but at the same time she wants to get the resources from other planets to put there into her own planet. If we think about the scientific repercussions, this doesn't work at all. I'm pretty sure you cannot just open a tiny hole in your sky and steal the atmosphere from another planet. It seems incredibly weird. Plus, they're trying to convince us that the weird bangles that Miss Marvel has and that she uses to kind of like shape light into physical matter, those bangles can be used also to open like weird time-space portals, which is not really how the bangles work. So they're kind of like trying to do a lot of things at the same time and it's kind of messy. And when you watch the movie, you'll probably realize that not everything makes completely sense, and I completely get that critique. I have friends who have critiqued that as well, not understanding basically why the bangles worked in a specific way and worked in another way later on in the movie. If we're talking about them switching places, for example, there is a moment where it just stops and we don't really understand why it stops, right? I really like the plan when it comes to stealing resources from other planets. It looks beautiful as well. It looks really tragic and I feel like the stakes are fine because she's clearly just trying to destroy 3 planets and then she's gonna be done. She's gonna try to do that to Earth as well, but we don't spend that much time on Earth, which is fine for me. Like, we travel around, it's a space adventure. This movie is kind of like a mix in between Thor Ragnarok when it comes to the tone and Captain America Civil War when it comes to how it's structured, and I kind of like that. It's kind of fun because one of the things I didn't like about Captain Marvel, even though I was overall positive about the movie, it's the fact that once again we were stuck on Earth for most of the movie. It kind of felt like watching Thor once again, where they set up this incredible cosmic like universe and lore, and then they put our hero on planet Earth for the rest of the movie, and it just sucks, you know? The Marvels, they travel quite a lot. We get to see how Captain Marvel has been living, and she's quite lonely. I really enjoy that. Honestly, they did quite a lot of backstory when it comes to Captain Marvel. Of course, you can feel that if this was just her movie, it would have been even better. And for the first time ever, I think I finally understand Captain Marvel. She's kind of like Superman, meaning that she doesn't really have that many weaknesses when it comes to her powers. Her weakness is basically the choices that she makes using her powers, because she has limitless powers, but she's not used to working with other people. We've seen in the Endgame as well, for example, where she's just like flying through spaceships, not even wondering whether maybe the spaceships then they're gonna fall and kill other people. You know what I mean? She's just like a force of nature, kind of like a Terminator. She works too much like a Terminator, and she has to work on that.
Here's a proposition for you. You're gonna give me your jacket, your helmet, and your motorcycle, and in return, I'm gonna let you keep your hand.
And this movie kind of addresses that, because every single time she uses her powers, she's gonna switch places with one of the other 2 Marvels, and it's gonna put them in danger, and she has to learn basically that she has to use her power in a way that it doesn't endanger other people as well. And I find that interesting because basically she's flawed because of her character. She's not flawed because of her limitations as a superhero, and that makes her very human, because sometimes we make incredibly bad choices
choices. Even though maybe we have a lot of power, at the end of the day, it's the choices that matter. It's not really how we got there in the first place. So I really like that point, and I loved how they started to build a family with these other two members. They have a lot of great chemistry, to be honest, like the way that they're talking to each other. It's not like that kind of snappy thing that they did with the Avengers, where you really felt that they started loving each other after a really long time, and just because they had to. And you always had the feeling that nobody really liked Tony Stark, even though they had to fight with him. In this movie here, there is a sense of sorority as well. Because they share the same kind of powers, they start loving each other because of their similarities and because of the differences as well, and because in a certain way they feel lonely as well. They all feel lonely in very different ways, and just by uniting their powers and against a common threat, they create kind of like a surrogate family. There's a lot of things that can be discussed when it comes to this movie. When it comes to the cats, for example, I thought this was gonna be ridiculous. They were pushing the cats so much in the marketing material, and maybe that's because they didn't really have the actors to do it for them because of the SAG-AFTRA strikes and stuff like that. This is kind of like a movie that was kind of doomed to fail because of the strikes, because of how much people hate Captain Marvel and Brie Larson, and I still don't understand really why, unless it's just misogynistic and sexist comments. I just really don't get it. Especially when you look at the MCU, there are so many other incredibly bad movies which, yeah, they get a lot of bad rap if you think about Thor Love and Thunder and even Ant-Man Quantumania, but people forget about them quite quickly. While the Marvels, people have been hating on the Marvels, and they were hating on Captain Marvel constantly for months, pre-release, during the release, and post-release as well. It's kind of insane. It's so toxic. Now, I understand that maybe you didn't really enjoy the movie that much, so the title is a bit of a clickbait title, I agree, but now I'm sitting here being like, maybe you needed to set up your expectations in a different way. Ask yourself, what kind of movie were you expecting? And let me know down in the comments. I want to have this discussion, even though like this is quite confrontational as like a film topic within the MCU on Twitter and stuff like that. I actually want to discuss with people who didn't like it, and I want to know why. I want to try to understand what went wrong for you, and I want actual arguments. I don't want just weird sexist stuff, okay? Just let me know down in the comments what you thought of it. Let's get back to the cats, right? I was talking about the cats. I completely forgot to end my point about that. No. But it leads to one of the most fun and absurd sequences that I've ever seen in the MCU, and this is the kind of perfect way of turning something that has incredible high stakes, as the planet is about to be destroyed or the space station is about to be destroyed, and to make it fun. Because honestly, the MCU has put so many stakes out there. Every single movie is about destroying the planet, it's about World War III, it's about destroying the multiverse, the universe. I'm tired. So this movie was kind of offering something different where, yes, we understood the stakes, but at the same time, we can have fun with them. We don't really have to worry, and the movie knows that we don't really have to worry, and it plays with that. This is the perfect way of playing with the stakes of an MCU that is starting to drag a little bit, and I feel like this movie did it perfectly. Having said that, let's talk about the final moments, the post-credit scene, mid-credit and post-credit. Mid-credit, really fun. It's perfect character when it comes to Iman Vellani and Miss Marvel just in general, trying to recruit other people to become Young Avengers and making like a Nick Fury impression. It was really fun. I'm really looking forward to the Young Avengers, as long as it feels very genuine and it doesn't really feel like it becomes too serious too soon. This is a problem that we have with the MCU right now. We're not having fun. We're just trying to set up so many things at the same time. I was looking through Twitter, for example, and there is this one guy, I will put the comment right up here if I can find it, who was just listing out all the scenes that were mentioned or teased in the post-credit scenes in the last few MCU properties, and there are so many things that need to pay off. It's kind of insane, and it's almost impossible that Kevin Feige will manage to pay off all of these post-credit scenes. They're just putting too many puzzle pieces in the mix, and we're just feeling left out. We're just sitting there being like, how does all of these things fit together when we don't really get it? That's why I'm kind of have some problems with the final post-credit scene, creating like a link with the X-Men, with the multiverse thing that they'll be trying to set up for the past few movies, because I don't really care about it. It is very cameo purpose, as in like it reminds me of the original X-Men movies. Yes, it kind of looks like it was shot on an X-Men set. Like I want the X-Men to be different. I want another reading on the X-Men. I want everything something to look different. I don't want to go back once again to something familiar, because that's something that they did with X-Men First Class, X-Men Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, when they just kept trying to kind of like go back to the original X-Men movies. They never really managed to stand out on their own, and it's kind of weird and it's kind of sad when you think about it. And I don't know, just to see another post-credit scene once again playing with the original version of the X-Men, it just didn't make me happy at all. I was just sitting there being like, okay, fair enough, let's see how that unfolds. But at the end of the day, I'd rather they do something more fun and original.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more!
But anyways, those are all my thoughts when it comes to the Marvels. I probably have more things, and if I forgot them, I will put them in the comments. For example, the third act is yet another thing that I was sitting there being like, yes, it feels very rushed, but I'm used to it within the MCU, and honestly, I had so much fun in the other action sequences, even the dancing planet slash singing planet. So good, so much fun. It feels weird, it's very Thor Ragnarok once again. For me, the positives really outweigh the negatives, but let me know if it's not the case for you. Welcome back to Torn Apart, and today we're having a look at Deadpool and Wolverine.
Wait! Time! You look ridiculous.
I actually miss this, to be honest. I miss talking about MCU films, I miss talking about MCU shows, even when they're bad, even when they are mediocre. I don't know, I feel like something is missing in my life lately, because we don't have as many superhero movies and TV shows to deconstruct. But thank our Lord and Savior, Marvel Jesus, because we finally have something with a lot of cameos, a lot of postmodernism, a lot of blood, gore, obscenity. We have so much to talk about, and we're gonna be starting with something that looks like it's gonna be spoiler free, so that you can go and see the movie and still be surprised by the whole amount of jokes and cameos that are offered for us fans.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go.
So let's start with the spoiler-free part of this video, which is basically gonna go around the main plot. It's gonna go around the soundtrack slash music choices, the comedy, and the performances as well. Those I feel like are all the things that I can talk about. First of all, I can say that when it comes to the overall structure of the movie, it works out quite fine. This is not one of those movies that you go into needed to having seen so many other ones previously. For example, like there are not that many references to Deadpool 1 and 2. It doesn't really feel like the end of the journey as much as a new chapter in this adventure. It doesn't have the same vibe as Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, for example. So if you're a casual Deadpool fan, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be loving this. Maybe some references are gonna go completely over your head, but at the same time, you probably still have a good time just because of the amount of jokes and just because there is a lot of action sequences here, and most of them are really, really well choreographed. Of course, it's not a spoiler to say that Wolverine is part of this film, right? Deadpool and Wolverine, it's literally in the title of the film, and I feel like the chemistry between these two actors is honestly perfect. These are two characters that really belong together.
Roll it. That's a good one. Hey. Yeah, not a good idea. No, we'll go with music from now on. I hate you.
If we can say something very positive about this film, it's one of those superhero films that really feels like straight out of a comic. Like you're watching this film and you're sitting there and being like, this is so silly, this is so weird, but in a really fun way. This is not the kind of stuff that you see with DC Comics, for example, where everything is serious, there is a lot of drama, there is a lot of tragedy. Yes, I mean, most of these characters have really bad stuff happening to them, but at the end of the day, you kind of forget about it because of the amount of jokes and the amount of blood and the amount of self-seriousness that this character completely lacks. The character of Deadpool, of course. And when you think about it, Deadpool and Wolverine, these two characters constantly bickering, constantly like trying to kill each other, but never actually being able to. It makes sense, and it's actually quite fun to watch because it almost has some kind of existential philosophical thing where you're sitting there being like, this is almost pointless. Like, stop
stop trying to hurt each other, it's not gonna work. You're just gonna be completely tired and it's completely pointless. But I feel like that's exactly why they end up becoming friends by the end of this film, because they realize that they have quite a lot of things in common. And this is what makes Deadpool films work so well, because most of the characters that surround him kind of like complement him as well. We have so many weird looking characters and interesting villains as well. And the stakes are very often quite personal. This time around we're trying to save his friends, but at the end of the day Marvel is still gonna try to do its thing, so the stakes are still gonna be world shattering, which is kind of annoying, but you don't pay attention to that as well, mostly because you're sitting on Deadpool's seat. So at the end of the day you know exactly what this type of movie is supposed to be like. You're not taking it seriously basically. When it comes to the comedy, to be honest, not all of the jokes are gonna land for you, mostly because most of them are references to things that have been happening in the pop culture. They're taking stabs at Marvel, they're taking stabs at the Fox universe, of course. But if there is at least like 70% of the jokes, if not even 50% of the jokes that are gonna make you giggle, if not even laugh, then you still have a really good time.
I can't do this.
Oh, no. Yes, you can.
What the hell am I even doing?
You're explaining to Bachelor Nation why our movie is the perfect date movie while holding this. Oh, I love the smell of sunflowers.
I'm not doing either of those.
When it comes to the performances, I loved Hugh Jackman in this movie. I was really weirded out by the fact that they were picking him out of the movie Logan and the Fox universe as well, only to make him like be even in more pain, and for him to be reliving that, and for Hugh Jackman to having to act all of that pain once again. I thought it would be kind of redundant at the end of the day, but actually wasn't. This ended up being more of like a eulogy, more of like paying respect to all of the Fox characters, and basically a love letter to all the good, the bad, and the mediocre that the Fox production company slash distribution system, I can't remember if it's both or one of the other, has been making for the last 20 years when it comes to superhero cinematic history. So I feel like it's still a positive thing just because of that. If you're gonna go into negatives when it comes to the spoiler-free part of this video, well, you can probably tell just by looking at the first trailer or the first teaser trailer as well. A lot of CGI and a lot of characters standing in the middle of green screens, and that's one of the things that I really harshly criticize. But the weird thing about it is that apparently they built a lot of sets. For example, the 20th Century Fox logo that you can see like in some production images as well as the trailer itself, apparently that was actually constructed. That is not fake. Maybe it has to do with the editing, or maybe it has to do with how this film is lit as well. Everything ends up being quite fake, especially belonging in those scenes specifically. And unfortunately for the film, most of the film takes place in those weird CGI places, and to be honest, I don't like that. We've been criticizing what Disney has been doing with the Star Wars shows and the last few MCU movies as well when it comes to, well, not grounding the characters in real things, in real sets. I'm pretty sure that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 had a lot of CGI involved, a lot of green screens, but just because of the amount of details that was apparent on screen, you couldn't really tell. And this is the problem that I have with this movie. It just looks really empty, and I understand that you're trying to create this weird kind of post-apocalyptic vibe slash universe. You can still make it interesting. Just look at The Last of Us, look at other things like even House of the Dragon, where you literally just are in the medieval time. You can still make empty looking environments interesting just by adding way more detail to it. So I feel like if you're a casual fan going into this film, you will be bored by that, because there is not that much stuff to look at the end of the day besides our main characters, which are wearing these incredibly colored like costumes, so they stand out just because everything around them is gray slash dust colored.
This wasn't good.
This wasn't a good.
No. Should be better.
It should be better. Yeah. Anything would be better.
The music is honestly quite fascinating and really fun. The editing, once again, is probably one of the best things when it comes to the Deadpool films. You could really tell that it's snappy. You don't really see the time going when you're watching a Deadpool movie. And if you're a huge fan of the music from the early 2000s slash late 90s, you're gonna love the soundtrack of this film, because it's very nostalgic. And for once, it's not nostalgic about the 80s, and I really dig that. When it comes to the whole overall look look of this film. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the fact that the director this time around is Sean Levy, who has made quite a lot of empty, boring looking film. If you just look at Free Guy, The Adam Project, to name just a few. He's not a Tim Miller / David Leitch kind of guy. He doesn't really ground things into reality as much, and he's probably a bit of a yes man because he's worked with Ryan Reynolds so much. And at the end of the day, this is one thing you need to remember going into this film, whether you're gonna hate it or love it or be very like meh about it. It's that this film is about its main stars. It's not about like going into a fresh adventure that doesn't resemble anything that you've seen before within the MCU or even the Fox universe. This is about these characters telling a new story with them, but still treading familiar ground at the end of the day. But this is basically all I have to say when it comes to the spoiler-free version. Maybe let's head into more spoilers and deconstruct everything about this movie. I was in a pretty empty cinema, if I have to be honest, but I went at like 1 p.m. where basically people never go to the cinema. So I probably missed a little bit of that audience reaction, like enthusiasm. I was looking around myself, for example, when cameos would appear on screen to see if anyone was reacting the same way that I did. And actually, no, I was the most enthusiastic person there, mostly because this movie kind of reminded me of how much I actually love the Fox universe and everything they've built. Of course, we've got a lot of important cameos which end up actually being part of the plot. This is something that I like. You can't just have cameos which are there just passing through the screen and you forget about them as fast as possible. I feel like Deadpool and Wolverine is kind of like the perfect version of what DC basically did with the movie The Flash, or what they were trying to attempt anyways, especially like tying a bow onto this dying universe. This movie does it perfectly, I think. Of course, you could probably see some of the references behind me, but we've got Elektra, who is back, Jennifer Garner. We have Blade, who got me really excited. We've got Channing Tatum playing Gambit, and I really loved all the effects around him, his costume as well, his silly accent. To be honest, I never understand when Gambit is talking, even when it comes to the animated show, and that was a really funny bit that kept going and going and going. And of course, we also had Chris Evans as the Torch from the Fantastic Four film, which was a very interesting way of disrupting our expectations when it comes to, well, that actor, because now we only see him as Cap. And I feel like Chris Evans' performance really worked. I really didn't perceive him as basically Captain America pretending to be the Torch. It brought me back exactly to that moment in the movie where he was playing that character. And I feel like those are the best things about this movie. It's like every single actor gives you like so much good stuff, even though they have such little to do on screen or even on paper. So you immediately believe that these characters actually exist, and they have existed across all the years until today, basically. Of course, before I was talking about the fact that we have a CGI environment that doesn't work. For me, setting the entire movie mostly in the void was a bit of a shame, because honestly, it's not that interesting. It looks completely empty and boring.
Wow. Enjoy hell, Swamp Mouth.
And of course, they're making a lot of jokes how it looks like Mad Max. And of course, you've got recurring villains, like we got Sabretooth, who is back. We've got Pyro, who is back, who's probably the most interesting villain out there of the one that are coming back. And of course, we have other people for X-Men First Class. And we also have Toad. And Toad and Sabretooth basically die in like literally not even 3 seconds. They don't really even get that much to say. And it's really funny because Deadpool is kind of like hyping up the fight in between Wolverine and Sabretooth, and it just ends as quickly as basically he said it. And I was sitting there being like, I don't really see the point of bringing them back if you're gonna use them this way. I know they've never been really interesting characters, they've been secondary characters, but it's still, why bring them back just to do that? It was kind of weird, and I really don't understand it. I feel like the best way to deconstruct this film is to talk about the characters, pick them up one by one. Let's go back to the different flashbacks, the different backstories, how they've ended up where they are today, and whether the character development actually works at the end of the day. Maybe let's start by Deadpool himself. This movie kind of made me realize that it's a bit of a shame that Deadpool doesn't remove his mask a little bit more, because he's not really able to emote that much. This movie made me realize that even though I like Deadpool, I don't necessarily care about Deadpool. I feel like they've played so much on his powers and the fact that he heals himself to absolutely absurd like amount. I think in the second movies he even blew himself up, like at the really beginning of the movie if I'm not mistaken. So you're sitting there being like, why should I care about this guy? This entire emotional journey for Deadpool is about he wants to matter. He wants to matter to his friends, to himself, to the world. He wants to be an Avenger. He wants to be a hero. That's his main goal basically. And there is this moment where Wolverine gets really serious, and to make him shut the fuck up, he's like, no, you don't matter. You're a clown. You're a buffoon. You're completely useless. And then the camera goes back to Deadpool, and I really didn't feel anything coming from him just because he was wearing the mask. I feel like the special effects with the eyes being animated is just not enough to convey any kind of emotion. So I was really happy that the first act of this movie, he kind of like tries to be the straight guy in the room. He has a wig and he has a very boring job as well, and he's celebrating his birthday with his friends, and then people come to actually disturb his peace so that he actually has to go in action, right? I liked all of that part, but I feel like we needed way more of that. Maybe the middle act or even the third act, we spent way too much time with him in the mask, and a lot of emotional beats didn't resonate that much with me. That's why I was kind of happy that Wolverine / Hugh Jackman was there, because his performance was just much better than the one that Ryan Reynolds was giving, just because we were able to see it on his face.
What have you done? Don't get mad. I borrowed some adamantium from your claws, and I made us something special.
Just the two of us.
Yeah.
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Like, we could see all the pain of this Wolverine who's basically let all of his people die, and he's gone on a revenge spree and he's killed so many people in his universe, to the point that even when he goes to the bar, people are gonna recognize him and be like, get the fuck out of here, we don't want to see your face. That tragedy is actually quite interesting to explore when it comes to Wolverine. It made me realize that Wolverine has always been a tragic character, and it kind of like gave me some peace as well when you realize that this movie ends on Wolverine actually being part of a family with X-23 as well, even though it's not his X-23 because they've never actually built that relationship, because he's from another universe. But anyways, if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. And the fact that this movie basically ends on them being happy all together, I feel like this is a version of Wolverine at this point in time right now that feels way more interesting than all of the other ones we've seen in the past. It feels like something new. It feels like a Wolverine that has actually learned something from him trying to be a loner constantly. Every single movie that the Fox has made about Wolverine, when you think about it, is all about him trying to create a family, the family being destroyed, or him making a mistake, killing someone, being suicidal. It's always the same thing. It would be nice to see a Wolverine that is actually happy to be part of a team, and I love that this movie actually sets up that emotional journey, gives us the conclusion that he doesn't need to be alone at this point. He can be forgiven and he can build something new, maybe with Deadpool and his friends in this new universe. I really like that. I feel like Wolverine kind of stole the show. He is the heart of this movie at the end of the day, and I really understand when Ryan Reynolds was talking about the fact that if Hugh Jackman didn't tell him that he wanted to come back or that he was ready to come back as Wolverine, there was no movie.
I have nothing. Yeah. It's just completely empty up here. And terrifying. But we did have one idea. Hey Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Because this entire movie is built around the fact that without Wolverine, this universe is basically dying, and there will be nothing else. And I like that. I really also like the jokes about the fact that everyone loves Wolverine, like as they are actually watching him live his life and make sacrifices and try to save his friends. You can see it in the TVA scene, for example, where everyone is just looking at the screen. And it was really, really touching, to be honest, because that's how we all feel about Wolverine. And it was quite cool to see other people within like the narrative itself seeing him like that as well. To be honest, the intro to this film is probably one of the best things that I've seen in a really long time. It really reminds me of the cool intro from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. The music was perfect. The CGI part, when he was dancing like face cam basically, worked as well, mostly because it was the intro, the titles were coming there, the actors' names and stuff like that, so it worked because of that. If that scene was appearing actually in the middle part of the movie, I would have found it way more cliche if not even boring to look at. But the fact that he's literally starting this movie by desecrating the memory of Logan, which is probably one of the best films ever made if you just look at the superhero genre, by using adamantium bones to kill people of the TVA is just the funniest thing ever. And of course, of playing with time once again, rewinding it so that we understand why he actually did that. It was kind of clever at the end of the day. I'm not surprised they did it. And I also really like the motivation of why the TVA ends up going to get him, and they want to save him, to use him as a weapon, because they know that he's actually incredibly effective at killing people, because he will never stop. He's basically unstoppable. That's a funny thing that also they explore at the end of this film. I'm gonna talk about it later with the gangs of Deadpools and the different types of Deadpool. But when it comes to the TVA, I actually was worried a little bit when I went into the film, and I was asking myself, why would the TVA try to recruit Deadpool when he literally changed time using Cable's device? It makes a lot of sense. The universe is dying, so that universe maybe was never meant to actually exist in the way that it is. So even if Deadpool went back in time and changed things within the Fox universe, to the TVA it didn't really matter, because they have a way of seeing things in 2000 years in advance, for example, so they know that that universe was gonna die, so he was not really creating that many problems at the end of the day. That was a perfect way of answering my dilemma when it comes to why would the TVA recruit him when he is a bit of a disruptor of the timeline already. And it would make sense also that he would be rejected by the Avengers, but I feel like that moment needed a little bit more weight. Maybe just the fact that you were jumping back and forth in time, that's why it didn't work. I also didn't like the fact that the Vanessa thing with him breaking up with her, it's actually her breaking up with him technically, and we slowly discover why that happened. It's a bit weird because every single movie is about putting her in danger, and it's weird that we don't get one movie where they're just happy together. I don't know, I feel like the motivation of them being split apart once again is just incredibly weird, and for a movie that has so much going on when it comes to the Fox universe, trying to fit all of these puzzle pieces together, breaking up the relationship was one piece too much that we really didn't need at the end of the day. I really like the fact at the end of the day that this is a film about friendship, and besides the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, we don't really have that many superhero movies about deep friendships. I really like the weird characters that Deadpool has surrounded himself with. They're really funny, even though they don't have that much going on or they have no character arc. I don't really mind. It's just funny that he's created this surrogate family for himself. I really love the fact that Wolverine manages to join it at the end of the day. He fits perfectly within this family of weirdos, and I don't know, just because of that, I was sitting there being like, this film still feels satisfying even though it is so flawed. Because from a screenwriting perspective, even the idea of using a villain like Cassandra Nova, for example, it's a bit of an issue for me, mostly because she's supposed to be as powerful, if not even more, as Charles Xavier. The whole idea of basically how the TVA sent her into the void before she was even born, it's incredibly fascinating. Or even the idea that they could do that. It changes everything, like from a timeline perspective where people can literally manipulate living beings that are not even born yet because they know that they're not supposed to be born within a specific universe. They're gonna send them immediately away to be born and to be raised within the void. It's incredibly existential and sad, and I understand why she turned out that way. I also really liked Emma Corrin's performance. I feel like she delivered something quite cool, specifically because she's a one-note character. We don't really explore her that much because she's lived so much in the void that she doesn't really have that much of a backstory to explore. She has no link with any of the different Earths or universes. Even the moment when like Wolverine was like, I'm pretty sure that Charles Xavier, if he found out that you were here, he would have come saving you. He would have ripped the universe apart to save you. I don't really believe that. He would have been like, she has never existed. Why would I save her? Like, I don't know that person. Why would I do that? And I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't even have a connection with Charles Xavier because they've never met. And she has no connection with the real world either. I don't know. Just because of that, there is no intimacy when it
it comes to the villain trying to achieve her goal and the main character trying to achieve his goal as well. Basically, these are two people who are trying to achieve different things and they're just annoying each other just because they are in the way. And I feel like it's not like the best kind of villain that you can build within a third movie, maybe even the end of a franchise. It's kind of weird. And I also really don't understand her powers. They didn't really explain it that well within the movie. I'm pretty sure if you read the comics, you know exactly why. She gets shot multiple times. She gets stabbed by Wolverine at one point as well, and she healed herself, even though she's supposed to have the same powers as Charles Xavier, right? It would have been so easy if maybe she doesn't have regenerative powers, if she just like showed that that was a vision, as in like Scarlet Witch does as well, where basically like she shows you being able to kill her, but it's actually completely fake and she's actually in your mind trying to manipulate you, right? If she did that, it would have been way more clever, but I really don't understand why they made her so unkillable. In fact, everyone within this universe, the regenerative powers are supposed to be something that you don't really touch, and you just give a couple of characters and you give limitations to those characters as well, so that they have other flaws that like don't permit them to be completely unstoppable. But Deadpool and Wolverine within this movie are completely unstoppable, so at some point within the action sequences it's really hard to care. And actually when Blade, Elektra and Gambit are fighting and you could see them getting hurt, I worried way more about them, even though they were secondary characters that we didn't really know that much and we hadn't seen in a long time. X-23 as well, she had almost nothing to do with this film, and honestly I kind of feel like they tainted her memory a little bit, because I wanted her to be happy to have a normal life, and to find out that actually she's been sent in the void, that fucks it up a little bit. I feel like there was no way that we're not gonna be able to completely fuck up Logan. They fucked it up a little bit, but I don't know, I feel like this is what they always did with the Fox universe. The X-Men universe specifically was always a mess, and Deadpool and Wolverine exists on that line as well, even though it exists as a perfect love letter as well, as I said before, to all the good and the bad that they've managed to create. In fact, I really loved that within the credits, the end credits, we managed to see all of the like backstage footage of all of these people coming together to make these films. It was incredible and I really loved that. It was a really fine touch. And I also really liked the fact that they like kind of predicted the future and they showed the Deadpool things that he actually doesn't know. This shows some kind of limitations when it comes to his power of fourth wall breaking, where basically he doesn't know the future as well as the TVA does, and that's kind of cool. I like that. I feel like they should have explored that part way too much. Maybe they should have shown how the TVA would always be one step ahead Deadpool, just because they know the future and they have access to all the different multiverses, so they know technically how Deadpool is going to react and how he's going to fight as well. I feel like they showed the TVA as way too incompetent. They should have been way more brutal in my opinion to make us care a little bit about this version of Deadpool, instead of making him almost unkillable. And this reaches a peak at the very end where we get Deadpool and Wolverine, when Wolverine is actually wearing his official suit. It looks incredible, fighting a gang of Deadpools. They actually kill them in a really fun way, and then they start regenerating and they're like, okay, this is gonna go forever. And that was the most comic book thing possible, but they did it well for one simple reason, is that Peter actually shows up and he's like, he's my Deadpool, like don't hurt him, and that's what stops all the Deadpools from actually trying to kill our main characters, and that makes so much sense. I feel like they should have exploited way too much comic book rules. If Deadpool is supposed to be unkillable, if Deadpool is so incredibly powerful and he doesn't really care about anyone or anything, the only way to make him stop is basically to distract him. And how can you distract Deadpool? Have one of his sidekicks slash friends magically appear so that they all go to him and then they can escape. It makes a lot of sense, and I kind of wish that it did that a little bit more. Exploit the weaknesses of these characters and give them a little bit more three-dimensionality at the end of the day. This is the third film in the franchise. I need to remind you of that. Like, we need to go deeper. That's why I'm like, I feel like this is gonna age poorly like No Way Home, as in everyone is probably gonna have the best time ever at the cinema, and probably you're gonna watch it a second time and be like, ha, this is really fun, and you're gonna notice more cameos, more little Easter eggs hidden at the back of
every single shot. But then you start wondering, what does this actually bring to the MCU? And is this actually memorable as a Deadpool film? And to be honest, I really don't think so. I think that this has a lot of incredible action sequences, a lot of memorable moments, but it has so many flaws that it will not stand up to the test of time at the end of the day. For the time being, I think I gave it a 4 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd because I still had a really good time, and I have some positive things to say at the end of the day. I'm just very skeptical, and I prefer to lower my expectations and be critical so that we get better movies in the future instead of being like, this is the best thing since Endgame, which is really not true because Endgame was still an incredible emotional journey that got to that point, you know? This film doesn't really feel like that, even though it has really strong moments. Like, I'm pretty sure that the moment where Deadpool and Wolverine are kind of like joining hands to save the universe, great moment, especially since Wolverine has never been given that chance. He's never been given the chance to actually be kind of like an Avenger, trying to save the universe and actually succeeding, and not only saving the universe but also not dying at the same time. And he realizes that, funny enough, by working with someone, it's the only way of making sure that you get out of it alive. So this is the moment where you actually manage to teach a lesson to Wolverine after so many different films, so many attempts at his life as well. This movie here is the only movie that managed to teach a good lesson to Wolverine / Logan, to the point that he might actually have a chance at living a happy life in the future, and I feel like that is still worth something.
Good to see everything's okay in here.
I like your shield.
I like yours too. Hold down the fort, little man.
Bye, Cap.
American Family Insurance.
I don't know. It feels kind of weird.
I have so many things to say about this film, but I don't want to start ranting immediately. I actually want to say some positives, right? What is good about this movie?
You want me? Come and get me!
I'm not actually gonna tell you what it is about, because if you've seen at least one trailer, you know what this movie is about, because everything has been set up in the trailers, in the marketing campaign. There are no secrets at all, and this is one of the main issues with this film. I kind of felt that there were no surprises anymore, and I really hope they don't do the same with Fantastic Four. The positives are definitely the relationship between Sam Wilson, Captain America, and Torres, who is basically the new Falcon. It felt very genuine. Their dialogues work quite well. They have an interesting dynamic, and I'm actually quite happy that there is a character like Torres in this movie, because he's the only kind of like sparkle of goodwill apparent in this universe at this point. Because if you look at every single other character in this film, everyone is traumatized, everyone is just sad to be there, or they've been tortured their entire life, or they're a new different edition of Black Widow, or they're a character who has been recast and doesn't really have that much to do because he's the president at this point. So, you know, he's kind of like stuck when it comes to his character development. He doesn't really have that much range when you think about it. So I'm really happy that they gave him like a sidekick like this. I also have to admit that I actually appreciate the ambition that Disney Marvel were showcasing in this film. So I don't think it's a spoiler to say that this film here is basically a sequel to 2008's The Incredible Hulk, as well as the She-Hulk series, because we've seen a glimpse of Abomination there, what happened to him, and it's quite important, even though I think we saw him also in Shang-Chi, but that was more of an Easter egg than an actual character development. I feel like his character was actually a little bit developed in She-Hulk. And then we have Eternals, of course, because people have been asking themselves, oh, what happened with this big thing that came out of the earth? Why is no one talking about it? Well, this movie actually addresses that. This movie puts a lot of things together, and a lot of weird things that I didn't expect them to put together. I kind of have to admire Disney Marvel for doing that. Just the idea of making every single little bit of piece of lore make sense within the overall MCU universe. Of course, this is a praise as well as a critique, because I think this movie suffers exactly because of that, because it's literally just like going to the garbage bin and trying to get as many little things as possible to kind of like motivate Captain America to do something with himself, because at the end of the day, he doesn't really have a threat that is personal to him. This is a threat that is related to other films, and to be more precise, the Hulk, for example. The other thing I actually enjoyed about this film is how they introduced adamantium, so maybe spoiler alert in case you haven't seen the movie yet. So basically they're saying that this celestial being that came out of the earth in the Eternals movie is entirely made out of adamantium. I think it's an incredibly clever way of establishing that. I also love the idea that adamantium is kind of like changing the power balance in this universe. Like Wakanda doesn't really have anything to offer to the world anymore. That is positive and sad at the same time, because Wakanda is definitely one of the most interesting like little corners of the MCU, and just seeing all these politicians and military people being like, oh fuck Wakanda, we don't need them anymore, and their weird exclusionary kind of politics, now we can create our own weapons and be the girl boss that we always wanted to be. They don't develop it that well, I will admit it, but I think it's still an interesting way of introducing this. I kind of wish though that they kind of explored the Celestial Island a little bit more. Like, what if we started this movie with an expedition, for example, with a couple of scientists like making like researches and stuff like that, and them actually finding out that there is this secret element they've never seen, and then just the title adamantium pops on screen and we know what it means, they still don't know what it means. But that would have been a really cool way of putting things together in a cool way as well, because if there is one thing we can say about this film is that it's not very cool, as in the action sequences are not really that clever or well choreographed. They don't really take advantage of the bits and pieces of the action sequences that start taking place around Celestial Island. Can you imagine, for example, if Falcon and Captain America were like flying around, going into like excavations that they actually started doing on Celestial Island and fighting like jets at the same time? I just felt that they didn't really take advantage of what it was exactly like, an interesting alien landscape but on Earth. And the other interesting thing that I actually liked about this movie was still kind of developing the character of Ross, becoming a completely different person, being the president as well, and what it all means. And I also liked how much time they dedicated to Harrison Ford. This is actually a performance that is 100% not phoning in, but of course this is a movie that was not supposed to be about Harrison Ford as Ross. This was supposed to be about Captain America. And this is the weird thing about this movie, like where there is a positive, there is always a negative hidden behind it. And for me the negative was they gave way too much screen time to Ross and his character development, and him referencing the fact that he can't really talk with Betty anymore. I don't know, I'm just sitting there being like, are you trying to make a sequel to The Incredible Hulk, or is this like an actual Captain America movie? I've actually researched this, and Ross and Sam Wilson have never interacted in the entire MCU. So Ross has actually made different appearances in movies like The Avengers, Civil War as well, but he's mostly interacted with Captain America, so Steve Rogers, but not Sam Wilson. So just the idea that they're giving us this exposition, they're kind of trying to convince us that there is a relationship between them. They're kind of like they hate each other, but they also have to work together. I just didn't buy it at all because it has never been established.
That is so fetch. Gretchen, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
That's it when it comes to the positives. We have to go deep into the negatives in this movie. First of all, let's generalize things a little bit. Like, this is not a bad movie. This is not at the same level of things like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, or even Thor Love and Thunder. This is not like pathetically bad. This is not completely missing the tone. This is just mediocre. This is like a movie that doesn't really need to exist. This is not like a Captain America story. It doesn't really feel necessary. The relationship that he has with the villain is completely non-existent because, as you probably know if you've seen the movie, the villain is actually the guy who was lying on the floor and got like his brain irradiated. He's the main villain of this movie. So no, the Red Hulk is not the main villain of this movie. It's the leader, who is a guy from the comic book basically, who has a lot of different powers that he doesn't really use that well. I don't think they adapted them really well in this film, but we'll address them later on. And he's a guy who has nothing to do with Captain America. And there is nothing in this movie that actually has to do with him. It's kind of like trying to recreate the same vibe as Captain and Winter Soldier, but it never really takes its time. The investigation feels very straightforward, and the mystery itself is not really that interesting, which is weird because we have him dealing with the president himself. So I feel like the political aspect of this movie should be way more interesting than it actually is. And one thing that I hated about this movie is the fact that, of course, the Red Hulk is present, of course Ross is president, but he's not a bad guy. What kind of political message is that? What kind of deconstruction of what we're living in right now is it? I don't really get it. And that's the thing that I just find completely disconnected with the audiences here, because we neither have a fantasy movie like Guardians of the Galaxy, for example, where we go on a completely different adventure, we explore different planets, and we have incredibly weird characters who have big personalities, and we don't even have the incredibly realistic, gritty stuff that we might have with the original Captain America movies, which were always very, very political. This is neither of those. So I'm sitting there being like, who is this movie for? Because it really feels like they were trying to please everyone and no one at the same time. And this also really felt like a third act to the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series, in a way that this movie had the exact same character development beats that that series had as well. The moment where basically Sam Wilson is doubting himself and he wants to take the serum, but at the end of the day he needs to define himself by something completely different. And I don't know, like, he feels so incredibly bland in this movie, because he feels like he doesn't really know what kind of choice he's supposed to make. Oh, I forgot to talk about something positive actually. The thing that I liked about this movie is the fact that at least since he doesn't have his serum, he actually has to improvise, and he attacks villains and all the military guys in a lot of creative ways. He can use his wings, he can use the shield, he's kicking people around, he's using his speed as well. So it felt quite dynamic and definitely more interesting than classic Steve Rogers thing, where he would basically use his super strength all the time, and it didn't really feel as original as the stuff that basically Sam Wilson can do with his skill set. Even if we say that, it really felt weird how, well, he's constantly sweating in this movie, as in, like, you can really tell that he's struggling to stop these villains, stop these terrorists and stuff like that, and it doesn't really feel like interesting to watch in a kind of John Wick way. I was sitting there being like, I really hope that you get the serum, because I really feel like even when you're outnumbered, yeah, you manage to actually defeat these people, but it's boring and it takes so much time for you to actually do it. So I was sitting there being like, just give him the serum, give him like any kind of special power that makes him more interesting, because at this point I'm sitting there being like, when is this action scene over? It's taking way too long and I don't care about the stakes here, because of course he's not gonna die, he's not gonna get hurt, because if he gets hurt he cannot heal instantly like people with superpowers. Did you actually realize this, by the way, that in this film here he only gets like really injured by the end of the film, where he's basically like wearing a cast? But if he got injured in the middle of this film, which could happen because he doesn't have any superpowers, there would be no film. Did you think about that? Just because he doesn't have superpowers. And I actually don't remember the last time that we saw someone who didn't have superpowers being very like entertaining to watch. We need to go back to the Netflix MCU series. If we think about the Punisher, for example, I really felt like he was one of the only ones that didn't have superpowers, but you were really interested in the things they were able to do, and he had limitations and he had basically rules to follow, which would make the stakes actually interesting. But in this movie you're sitting there being like, there is no way he's gonna get injured, right? So people around him are gonna get injured in the classic way of, you can't be everywhere all at the same time, you can't save everyone. It's a very like classic Spider-Man message, for example, that I didn't really connect to in this film. If we want to talk about the villain a little bit, he was definitely interesting, and I like the fact that he was not 100% a villain. He's like the hero of this story, as he actually says in one of his dialogue lines. One thing that I didn't like is that it kind of like mirrors things that were happening in Secret Invasion, where you've got limitless potential. You can basically, as a Skrull, transform into anyone and be everywhere all at the same time. And this time around, this guy has created some weird kind of like radio message or phone message that he can use to mind control people, and he uses it in the weirdest ways possible. And very often it's just like he's gonna take like 5 people and he's gonna throw them at our main heroes. He doesn't really use his mind control power in a very interesting way. Like, he doesn't use them to create any sense of tension, for example, because if you could mind control people, why do you need them to just take your weapons and start shooting at them? You could pretend to be like normal and then attack them from behind. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they did in Secret Invasion, where you never knew exactly who was a Skrull until the very end. I'm not saying Secret Invasion did it well, because they really didn't, but I'm saying that it's weird that you have these incredible powers and you use them for weird action sequences instead of like actually trying to achieve something with them. Also, suspension of disbelief here. How many people can he actually mind control? Because he doesn't really have superpowers like in the comics, because I think in the comics he has like telekinesis and telepathy, while here they actually like brought it back to reality, where they had to explain what his powers actually are. So he's not just incredibly clever, he can actually create like technologies that help him. You don't really see that on screen. He's kind of like the perfect like guy who's gonna spend a lot of time telling you how clever he is and how he's thought of everything, but he doesn't really prove it to you. And the movie actually doesn't know how to answer most of those questions. Being like, why is this guy actually clever? Because just citing different percentages of things that you might do or might not do does not make you clever. Like if you want to make something supernatural and weird, make it supernatural and weird. Don't try to make it realistic, because if you make it realistic, then I'm gonna start asking questions, and if I ask myself too many questions, then the stakes are completely no. You just don't believe anything going on, right? A lot of people have been criticizing the CGI in this movie, and I honestly didn't think it looked that bad, besides when you go into the third act, of course. But the thing that I did really notice is all the different reshoots that they did. They did a weird deep fake, for example. If you remember at the end, where basically Betty, played by Liv Tyler, starts going to the prison and visiting basically Harrison Ford's character, and it didn't really look like her, right? It looked really weird. It looked like she had a weird like filter on her face, that she looked way younger than she was supposed to be, even though like time has passed. She could look like a grandma. I don't really care, right? But the thing that I noticed is that the reshoot and some action sequences where there were no extras around. For example, think back about the Giancarlo Esposito scene where basically he attacks Sam Wilson as he's driving through this town. Try to look in the background and see if there are any real human beings in this scene, because I couldn't see a single one of them. And this is one of the main critiques that I have here. Most of the people who are at stake to be killed or harmed in this movie, they're either politicians or secret agents or military men. And I'm sorry, but like my empathy doesn't really go that far. Like, why don't you put like real people in danger? Why don't you put journalists in danger? Since there is a big chunk basically of this movie, it's mostly exposition, where it's journalists catching you up to speed with things that have happened and things that like are being investigated. And I was sitting there being like, why can there not be a single scene where there's an action sequence and Captain America doesn't only have to stop the villains and stop these mind-controlled people without actually hurting them, but he actually has to save some people. This is the main goal of a superhero, right? You have to save people. And there are literally no people to save in this film, or no people that I could care of, because at the end of the day, it's a very militaristic movie that like didn't really feel like an actual like drama or comedy or superhero movie at the end of the day. There are some scenes, for example, where they're literally fighting in an empty street, especially at the end, you know, with those weird like Japanese cherry blossoms, if I'm not mistaken, and there is no one around. There's no one like outside, and it feels so empty. This movie felt so empty. Recently I rewatched the new Doctor Strange movie, and there are so many people in there, so many in the streets, and they have to save them and make sure that they don't get hurt by these giant like monsters. And it's not the same with this movie here, and I'm like, are we losing the point of superhero movies? Let's talk quite quickly about the Israeli elephant in the room, the new addition to the cast. Listen, I was not gonna boycott this movie, mostly because as you see here, I have a lot of things to say and I love shitting on Marvel movies lately, but at the same time, isn't this the most like US thing possible? As in, you've seen how different administrations have been in support of Israel forever. So I'm sitting there being like, of course they would hire in this movie here, in this political climate, an Israeli special agent to defend the president. It makes total sense. And plus, she's not even a that interesting character. She's a really bad character. It's badly written. The performance just doesn't work at all. She's supposed to be a Black Widow like Scarlett Johansson. They're basically trying to recreate the entire like vibe of Captain America and the Winter Soldier, like beat by beat. Like the point, for example, where Scarlett Johansson in the previous movie was against Captain America at the beginning, like working for Nick Fury basically. It's the same here with this new Black Widow working against Sam Wilson and then changing basically sides after the truth is basically revealed. But my problem is that the casting is just bad. Have you seen how tiny she is? This is the tiniest human being I've ever seen. She could be literally playing like Baby Groot. I don't even like wanna like shame her or whatever. I'm just saying that in a superhero movie, you need to cast people right. I mean, I get it, like you wanna talk about different minorities, you wanna give representation as much as possible, but at the end of the day, if it's an action role, you need to look a little bit like an action star. A little bit, right? So I looked at her and I was like, I do not believe that. I do not believe that she would be hired to like handle secret services and especially the safety and security of the president. I do not buy that at all, especially in a universe like the MCU. In real time, of course, why not? Because most of the time, if you actually have those positions of power, you don't really see that much action. You're just mostly pointing at fingers and telling people things to do to make sure that the president is safe. But within the MCU, if you have that position, you have to fight. And there is like a hallway scene which is so incredibly bad. I was sitting there being like, why are you even here? What is your point? Do you have any character development? Do you have anything interesting about you? And no. So that's my main reason of why I think at the end of the day that she deserved to be in this movie, because she was as mediocre as everything else around her. So why not? But I think this movie's greatest flaw at the end of the day was the fact that it lacked completely a clear direction. Like, it's called the Brave New World. What is it? What is this Brave New World that we're talking about? Is it the adamantium that is gonna like change the power struggle of the universe?
Because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Because yes, you say it in like one sentence at some point in the movie, but we don't actually feel it. Like, it would have been so much more interesting if Wasp was the actual villain of this movie, because then it's scary. Then it's an actual new world order. Then it's actually Brave New World. I'm not gonna keep repeating these weird titles. I mean, you get me. As in a president that has superpowers and maybe that is even like followed by the public. Can you imagine, for example, if he was revealed as Red Hulk smashing America's enemies and everyone was cheering for him? Like, they basically cheer for Trump when like he's saying that he wants to cage people and send them back to their countries, even though maybe they've lived in the States for like 10 or 15 years or whatever. People cheer for Trump. It would be really cool in a movie like this to see people cheer for Harrison Ford, Ross, and him being incredibly militaristic and actually being violent himself. Wouldn't that have been an incredible political message? But no, they actually redeem Ross by the end of this film, and they do that weird scene that they did with the Hulk as well, where basically like they try to talk him down. Let's talk about the Red Hulk really quickly, because it's probably the most interesting thing to talk about, because I think they handled it quite well, but they don't really respect the comics. Basically, in the comics, Red Hulk is a version of Hulk that is definitely powerful, but it's not as powerful as the Hulk, because the Hulk, basically, the angrier he gets, the more powerful he becomes. While this Red Hulk here, the angrier he gets, the more he gets heated up, and the less powerful he gets as well, because his powers are basically related to heat, and he also retains most of his intelligence, so it is possible also that he would be able to talk. So he's basically like Professor Hulk in the later Avengers movies. So that's the interesting part about Red Hulk, and also the fact that they showed it in the film but they didn't explain it. He doesn't really have the same healing powers that Hulk has, so basically he cannot fight forever. If you try to keep going and going and going forever, at some point he will just not be able to keep going with it, because he will not heal anymore. And this is something that happens in the film as well, but it's not explained, and people were probably sitting there being like, why is he not healing? Like, it feels like this is just a bad Hulk, right? Because if you don't have the context of the comic, there is no way you're gonna understand exactly why this Red Hulk is a threat, and why also they couldn't do anything more interesting with him and his powers. Could you imagine, for example, if he had heat like powers, and when he does that classic oh clap, maybe he releases like heat waves that kind of turn things into fire, or there is like magma around him and stuff like that. I don't know, like maybe this is not in the comics, but at the end of the day it would have been cool. And the only sequences that I enjoyed was when he basically took like the American flag and like destroyed some of the attack helicopters, or where he actually obliterated the White House. I was sitting there being like, this is some actual iconic imagery that is interesting, but I kind of wish that there was more of it, because this is the main argument for this video for me. The movie is lying to you, like the marketing campaign is lying to you. They're kind of trying to make you believe that this is a movie of Captain America versus President Ross, aka Red Hulk. But no, this happens in the third act. There is just one fight between them and it's over. And it's so stupid. It's so weird, and it really pissed me off. Like, I was trying to keep my expectations low, but like, if keeping your expectations low means don't even look at the marketing material, because otherwise you're gonna literally be misled, then what the fuck are we doing here at the end of the day? Am I right? As in, why are we watching these films if they keep making things up and at the end of the day they don't really satisfy anyone? We definitely need to take a step back and like do something about the writing of these films, because they're really bad. And talking about no clear direction, this movie looks very bland. Like, the cinematography, you could almost say that it's almost non-existent. There is nothing interesting when it comes to the camera work. They're not really trying anything new. It's literally just MCU movie, the movie. It's doing everything you expect from it. It has the action sequences you expect from a movie like this. It has a mystery at its core that they have to solve. They have plot twists. They have a villain who is not actually a villain, so he reminds you of other things like Baron Zemo, for example, because I feel like they're the exact same kind of like copy and paste character when you think about it, especially when it comes to revenge, especially when it comes to not actively like facing the main heroes because they don't really have that kind of power. And also it has the most disjointed like soundtrack ever. This movie has like 2 hip-hop songs which are kind of cool and hip, and then nothing else going on. It feels like the most bland movie you've ever heard, and I don't know, like, don't we deserve better? Am I the only one who believes that? And as a final point, I think we have to talk about what is the future of the MCU and the different cameos this movie has. The different cameos. Well, Bucky is in this movie for a single second, and apparently he's running for Congress as a congressman, even though he was a literal spy who murdered like American people like back in the days, and he was also like manipulated, and I think he was working for the Russians at some point, right? There is no way that a man with that kind of curriculum would be able to do the things that he actually say in this movie. And I feel like it's one of those things that is just dropped there out of nowhere. We never felt like he wanted to be a politician. He's more of an action man. He's always been more of an action man. He has never like shown actual interest in politics. So that was incredibly stupid. And the post-credit scene was literally a joke. You sit there being like, here's another villain telling you bigger threats are out there. Just you wait for it. The others are coming. This is literally what he said. He says the others are coming. This was driving me insane. I was sitting there being like, how is it possible? How can you allow Kevin Feige to make scenes like this where it just doesn't make any sense and it's completely useless? Why don't we make just funny post-credit scenes? You don't have to make every single post-credit scene make sense for the overall of the MCU. Make them funny. Just a one-note joke. Something that maybe we thought we forgot in the first act that appears back in the post-credit scene. That's all you have to do. This movie is completely useless for the future of the MCU. I'm pretty sure they teased Bucky just because he's coming back by the end of the year with Thunderbolts. I don't even know if I want to see Thunderbolts. I'm not excited for it, and this movie once again has proven that they've lost the sauce, especially for things taking place on Earth. I'm very disappointed, and even though I have a lot of things to say, I can see that this movie is not like that bad. It's just maybe Thor the Dark World level, as in if you see it, it's not gonna change your life. And in fact, by the end of the week, you'll probably have forgotten about it.
We can't stop him alone. No one can. But we can find a way. Together.
As usual, we're gonna be starting by introducing what the movie is actually about, then we'll go into spoilers, and then we'll actually try to think of what is the future of the MCU. Let's speculate a little bit and see whether it's actually still worth revisiting, whether it's actually still worth your time and money, of course. What is actually Thunderbolts about? Who is it directed from? Let's have a look. First of all, Thunderbolts is one of those projects where I wasn't really convinced at all at the beginning. It was really clear that we're trying to follow the same vibes of James Gunn, The Suicide Squad, and also of the most recent animated series Creature Commandos. So I was sitting there being like, this is gonna be like a toned down, incredibly palatable version of those things with characters that we don't really care that much about. Like, as I was going through all of the different like plot and character breakdowns of each member of this team, I was sitting there being like, almost every single one of them is coming out of either a spin-off movie, a sequel, or a movie that has performed really badly at the box office, or that people just really didn't like. I was in there being like, there's no way this movie is gonna be good, but I was actually surprised. It was actually incredibly fun. This is honestly one of the most written MCU movie. I'm not even gonna say the best written, because MCU movies are kind of all over the place. Like, if you just look at the review that I gave you for the new Captain America movie, you can see that sometimes it really feels like the scripts were written by ChatGPT, and that would be a kindness as well, because ChatGPT can actually at least make it sound a little bit well structured, while the MCU movies and series lately have not really been that. It's kind of like highs and lows, and a lot of mediocrity in the middle.
should have taken the serum.
For people who are not into the MCU as much as I am, unfortunately for me as well, because sometimes it's actually torture to watch these things, I'm gonna give you a little bit of background on each and every member of this team and a little bit of the plot line as well, without spoiling a bit too much, because I feel like the only interesting thing about this film is the plot twists, because otherwise it's not that complicated when you think about it. This actually feels more like a TV series pilot at some points instead of an actual movie when you break it down beat by beat, but it works so well because of its characters and because of its director, who is Jake Schreier, who's worked mainly on dramas, and he's mostly known for directing most of the episodes in the series Beef. And the thing that works with this film is the drama, is basically these characters talking to each other. It's not really just based on the banter and the jokes like most of the other MCU movies or even the Avengers movies. You can really tell that we're really trying to develop these characters as much as possible. Every single one of them gets at least one scene which allows them to develop a little bit more what's going on with them, besides maybe a couple of them. We'll go into the details later on, but let's have a look. Who are these people and why are they teaming up? So Thunderbolts is basically a team of anti-heroes and reformed villains in a high-stakes mission that challenges the loyalties and identities, and they're basically put together by the CIA director Valentina Allegro de Fontaine. Let's start with the most interesting one, which is of course Yelena, who we saw in the Black Widow and is basically Natasha Romanoff's sister, and she's definitely the highlight of this movie. Florence Pugh's performance is actually incredible for an MCU movie, or even just in general. She's 100% dragging this movie on her back, and without her this movie would not work at all. So basically, yeah, the last time that we saw her was not in Black Widow actually, but it was in the series Hawkeye, because she was basically chasing Hawkeye because she thought he was responsible for the death of her sister, and that's the last time that we saw her, and that was back in 2021. Then we've got Bucky Barnes, aka the Winter Soldier. We last saw him in, of course, the movie Captain America 4, but mostly in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier in 2021. That series was actually good when it came to trying to develop his character, and I really do not understand why is he ran for congressman, and apparently he didn't actually like last that long, only a couple of months apparently. It makes no sense. We'll talk about that kind of character stuff a little bit later on. We'll go into details, but just to tell you that he's a congressman, but at the same time he's an action hero as well, and you can tell that he's not really good at politics. Like, he's always grasping for his words. He's always someone who's trying to do things covertly. He's so dedicated to the truth sometimes that he'd rather just punch the bad guy. You can really tell that he's basically not made for this, so I really do not understand why they decided to go in that direction with him. Then we've got John Walker, aka US Agent, who is played by Wyatt Russell, who is actually a really good actor in my opinion. We saw him last time in The Falcon and Winter Soldier in 2021 as well, in the infamous clip where he ended up killing basically someone who he claimed to be a terrorist. You can see it like in a post-credit scene that he gets recruited by Valentina at the end of that series, and I was there being like, I don't really care about this guy. Does anyone care about this guy? And actually he's probably the least interesting person in this movie as well. Then we've got Alexei Shostakov, aka Red Guardian, who is basically Russia's super soldier, and Yelena is Natasha's father figure. We last saw him in Black Widow in 2021. He's the comic side relief character of this film, without a doubt. I think he's definitely interesting, mostly because he's one of those people who has gotten the super soldier serum, and he's still remained quite fun and upbeat, which is something that we definitely cannot say about Bucky, the new US agent. To be honest, any of the people who got the serum, most of them, like, they're so depressing to watch, and he's not one of them, so I like him at the end of the day. So I was actually happy to see him. He's kind of like the weird character in a James Gunn team. Like, there is always that one weird character who definitely doesn't belong there, but he's too fun to hang around with, so we keep him, you know? Then we've got Antonia Dreykov, aka Taskmaster, who's played by Olga Kurilenko, and we last saw her in Black Widow, where basically she was being manipulated by her father to kill Natasha, if I'm not mistaken. She was not that interesting in that movie, and she was not interesting in this movie either. No spoilers, but there is nothing new about her, and there's a lot of speculations about her character actually, so you probably know already what happens to her at the end of the day. Then we've got Ava Starr, aka Ghost, played by Hannah John Kamen, who was was a former S.H.I.E.L.D. operative with quantum instability, and she was last seen in Ant-Man and the Wasp in 2018, and basically her condition was stabilized by Janet Van Dyne, and she's now wearing this suit. If I'm not mistaken, she has to wear it at all times, otherwise she'll break into quantum particles and she'll die. She's okay. She's the one who doesn't really get that much new information about her in this film. Her powers are incredibly cool though, and same goes with her outfit. Maybe there is more to do in the future. For the time being, she's kind of playing like the Black Widow character in the Avengers movie, where she looks cool and that's basically it. There's nothing else to add about her. Then we've got Robert, aka Bob Reynolds, who is playing Sentry. He's played by Lewis Pullman, and he's the new addition to this team that we know absolutely nothing about, and yeah, basically he's the new character, and I really enjoyed his performance. Lewis Pullman is a really good actor, and I think he's done mostly work in horror movies, if I'm not mistaken, by looking at his filmography, and you could really tell it here as well, because he's got a duality about him that works so well. And the last character that is interesting to look at, well, just because she's appeared in other MCU projects and maybe you need the background on her as well, is Valentina Allegra de Fontaine as well, who is basically playing the covert like CIA agent that we don't like for most of the runtime of the film. We'll actually go into what she's trying to do later on, because I think this is actually the movie that gets the closest possible to The Boys. I feel like this is a movie that works quite well within the MCU, mostly because it is actually addressing the idea of creating heroes, the marketing around them, and why they're actually so important to Earth right now. They're kind of becoming like the nuclear weapon of the MCU and this universe just in general. The idea that basically we need the Avengers, we need them to exist no matter who they are, because otherwise people are not going to feel safe, and basically it's going to start a lot of instabilities around the world, like basically we saw in Captain America New World Order or Brave New World. I can't remember which of the two titles they ended up going for, but I'm pretty sure that most of the like international conflicts in that movie would not have happened if the US had the Avengers on their side. First of all, I think this is incredibly well shot for an MCU movie. Like, you can barely tell the bad CGI / green screen in most of these scenes, and you can tell there's a lot of practical effects as well, and you can tell also that Florence Pugh, for example, she really fought to get more action sequences to do by herself. And there is one, I think, where we have actually the behind the scenes, the jump that basically she does at the beginning of the film, and honestly it was worth it. Like, it's one of those films that looks really fun, mostly because the action sequences look believable and interesting, and I love when the Thunderbolts are actually fighting each other at some points in the film. You've seen in the trailer, it's not really a spoiler, they actually have their own fighting style, and everything is so well choreographed because everyone is so competent. Like, there is no one who's actually like not good at it. So at the end of the day, it's just beautiful dance that they do with each other, but using different power skills and power sets, and it's actually quite interesting. Something we can criticize about Thunderbolts is that their power sets are not actually that varied. Like, most of them, they're actually punching and throwing knives and doing that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, of course the movie knows this, because there are some points where basically their skill sets are completely useless and they don't know how to get out of situations. They actually have to think things through, which is actually quite refreshing when you think about it, because these are more like human people. Are there any other types of people? But anyways, and they actually have to figure out and use their brain a little bit to get out of uncomfortable situations, let's say that. Something that I liked about this movie is the new introduction of Sentry. Actually, let's go into a bit of spoilers about that guy. This movie is really good when it comes to talking about mental illnesses and mental health issues just in general. Sentry is the perfect character for that. I knew nothing about him from the comics, but I read something to get me like up to speed basically, so that I would understand him a little bit more. He's definitely one of the most powerful basically beings in the MCU right now, not counting the weird like thing that they created in Secret Invasion. Let's forget about that. That was really bad. No, this is like a superhero that kind of resembles Homelander. He's got a bit of a god complex to him, mostly because he's got an incredible amount of self-esteem issues. And the thing I loved honestly about him is that he's 100% like the metaphor for being bipolar, or sometimes apparently schizophrenic as well. But within this film and within the comics, it's not really clear exactly what they have, but they basically talk about this kind of stuff very broadly. But in the film, they do it really, really well. You can tell that he's talking about this darkness within him that he doesn't know how to control, and he has these mood swings which are so interesting and that I really felt attached to, mostly because I'm bipolar as well. So I was sitting there being like, I actually relate to this guy. I relate to this villain, and it made me sad to look at him. One of his powers is when he touches people, he can basically like almost conjure your worst memories and get you stuck in them as well. And I love the idea that sometimes he gets stuck himself in these memories. And I don't know, it's really funny, the idea that Sentry and the Void is basically the dark side of Sentry. It's a whole new basically personality that takes over, and it's basically when he's completely given up and he's caught under the weight of depression. He doesn't really control anything of his life, so he has a very nihilistic and incredibly negative view of humankind and everyone around him. So he'd rather turn everything to shit, into shadow, and kill everyone because nothing matters at the end of the day. I love the way that they portrayed the Void in this film. The shadow with these like two bright dots just for eyes, incredible. It was kind of like the White Vision as well. It felt very unhuman, but in a very realistic way. It didn't really feel like something alien, something like a CGI monster that we needed to fight. It felt like something that would come out at night and hurt you. Like, it felt like those kind of like sleep paralysis monsters that you would see like in your dreams. They really handled quite well the CGI work in this film. And there is a scene, for example, when they're fighting Sentry, and you could tell that he's 100% indestructible, and he's actually, you can see that he's 100% bored during that scene. And it's funny because that scene looked a bit clunky, but I think it was done on purpose, mostly because you have to interact people who have basically human-like powers with someone who has superhuman, almost godlike powers. So it's kind of like The Boys at the end of the day. When the people are trying to fight Homelander, they can barely make him lose his breath. And I think this was what this scene was actually about. Not necessarily about being realistic, but about creating this weird feeling of you can literally not touch him. It's impossible. And I feel like this movie rushes a little bit too much into the third act, but at the same time, the runtime goes so smoothly. Like, you spend so much time with these people kind of like being depressed, and it's not really that they don't want to be part of a team. It's like almost they feel like they don't deserve to be part of a team because they've always been so alienated and alone. So you actually want them to become a team just so that they can find some kind of definition of family at the end of the day, which is something that was not true about the Avengers at all. The Avengers was a very different dynamic where these people would come together to fight something that no one could actually fight by themselves. While the Thunderbolts and the new Avengers, because this is actually the title of the movie, and I really hope that they change it because it would be really funny. I would actually love to have the Blu-ray with the title The New Avengers on it instead of Thunderbolts. I feel like it would be a really interesting, cool thing to have. But just to say that they really did that well. They handled it really well. The plot twist that was going to happen, and the idea also that these people belong together because they have nothing else. Like, there are some really tearjerker scenes with Yelena, who is like saying that she has no one, she has nothing to live for, nothing to look forward to, and she doesn't really want to keep going with her life. So she needs not only a mission, but like people around her, basically. And I feel like this is a movie that is going to work really well with like MCU fans and people just in general, because of the internet generation. Like, we live in a time where even though we're so connected to everyone, we also feel alone most of the time, and this movie is going to resonate with a lot of people as well just because of that. I'm trying to think of negative things to say about this film. I think I gave it a 4.5 out of 5 score on Letterboxd because I didn't want to give it a perfect score, because as I said, like, structure wise, this movie is like going a bit too fast from the first act to the last act. Basically, there is not actually that much happening if you look at the movie by beat basis, because it is so focused on the characters themselves, and there are some characters who get absolutely almost nothing to do. Like Bucky Barnes, I don't think he gets anything interesting to do. For example, as I said, he's the congressman for some kind of state, I don't even remember which one, and you can see that people around him as well, the real politicians, they're clearly saying like, why are you here? Like, it makes no sense. The kind of like voicing what the audience thinks as well. And he doesn't seem to know why he's there either. It really feels like they forced him to that position, which could be something interesting if we had that scene with another character from the MCU previously saying you should do that because it would give us like some influence in the government, which we don't have right now. And him sacrificing basically his superhero life to do that would be way more interesting than just not really giving us his motivations at all. And at the end of the day, also, he doesn't get anything new to do when it comes to his character. We don't really know what he's been doing in the last few years as well. Same thing goes with Ghost as well, to be honest. A bit sad when it comes to Ghost, because literally no one is gonna remember her, because who cares about Ant-Man and the Wasp, especially when the third one was so incredibly bad, right? And if you look at the other characters, I mean, as I said, US Agent, we get a little bit of a backstory about his family and the fact that he's really sad, but we still don't get to relate to him at all, because for me, he's just a sociopath. He keeps like talking about how he's such a good military man and he's achieved so many things, but I don't care. You literally killed someone while wearing the mantle of Captain America, and that kind of cancels everything out. Like, you're just a military man. Like, it's really funny that he thinks so highly of himself compared to all of the other ones, and he calls them mercenaries. Well, he's definitely not better than them at all. It's kind of like that sheriff thing, like when someone gives you the badge, you kind of think that you can do whatever you want because the law is on your side, but at the end of the day, you could be like the most disgusting person on ever with a badge. Like, it doesn't make you a good person at the end of the day. I actually really like the character of Valentina, the way that she was trying like basically to destroy all the evidence. It's really topical as well of things that are happening right now, of politicians being accused of so many different things and kind of denying at all times, something that Trump does, for example, on a daily basis almost. So I was sitting there being like, this is actually quite cool, but also the idea that she's smart enough to stay around until the end of the movie and to trick the Thunderbolts into basically becoming the new Avengers. That was really cool. I thought it was actually quite clever. A bit of a plot convenience, of course, because there was so much distraction around them. Was the press just waiting around the corner for that press release? It was a bit weird, I will agree to that, but the entire concept was really well done, because I hate it when they introduce characters that are actually so powerful in the MCU politics-wise, and they just dispose of them in one film. When it comes to the MCU, we have a post-credit scene that actually links us to the Fantastic Four, which we're gonna be getting in a couple of weeks as well, and I'm really excited to see it. And when it comes to the future of the MCU, Thunderbolts feels like a transition movie, because it is using characters that we already know, and it's kind of like that bargain bin thing where they're like grasping for anything that is relevant to make a movie out of it from the previous phases, because they're so desperate. It seems like they don't know how to create original things anymore, but this time it actually worked out. And I love the concept of this team of new Avengers fighting basically publicly against Sam Wilson's Avengers. That is really interesting in my opinion, and it's definitely gonna be quite something when it comes to the new Avengers movies in the future. Who is gonna be the leader of protecting Earth, especially now that Fantastic Four are gonna be coming? I feel like there is gonna be a lot of fights in between Fantastic Four, the Avengers, who gets to be the leader and actually command this entire big team, especially when you're fighting against galactic forces, right?
Finally!
But this is it. Did you actually get to the end of this video? Like, if you did, you're one of the good ones. Honestly, this was an insane video to shoot and put together, mostly because so many different videos with so many different like shirts that I'm wearing, so many different like beard and hair combinations as well. The lighting is probably going to be changing from one video to the next, like without a doubt. Like, let's be honest, it's quite hard to keep consistency when it comes to those things, especially in months, years basis. Like, from a week-to-week basis, if you look at my videos, they're probably going to look the same, but like if you actually step a little bit more back, so many things can happen so that the videos end up looking way weirder, basically, right?
Weird.
Anyways, let me know what you thought of Phase 5 of the MCU just in general down in the comments. Personally, I thought that was incredibly messy. This is one of those phases where you have no idea what it is about. I'm pretty sure that Disney Marvel didn't know what it was about as well, especially when they had to take like a left turn so drastically because of Jonathan Majors. So many like creative things changing at Marvel, and the idea, of course, of quantity over quality, which was never a good idea. And I'm really happy that Kevin Feige is kind of changing that for the next phase of the MCU and for movies like Fantastic Four, which I really enjoyed. And it's actually going to be probably the only MCU thing that I'm not going to be able to review because I'm kind of too late on the topic. Maybe I'll make another video about Fantastic Four at some point, but I really loved it. Just in case you wanted to hear like my point of view on it. Don't forget to smash that like button every single time that you do that. You make sure that we get a phase 6, a phase 7, a phase 8, a phase 9, a phase 10, a phase 11, a phase 12, a phase 13, a phase 14, a phase 15, 16 and 17, 18, 19, 20 and then 22, because phase 21 actually does not exist within our universe. It exists in a different like multiverse.
Can I count on you?
I mean, it's hard to explain. You need to get there to know what I mean. So see you in, I think it was released in 2165. Yeah. So if you're watching this video from the future and from that specific multiverse where that phase came out, let me know down in the comments. What happened there? Like, come on, we would like to know. But as usual, happy to be here again, reunited with all of my Torn Apart fans. And guess what? I'm Patrick, and this is Torn Apart.
It's coming from out there.
Hey, Bub. You're in a movie theater, not the off room in your mom's nursing home. So turn your phone to silent or I'll shove it so far up your you'll have to answer it through your
No.
Am I a cat?
Everybody back to work! Got my shoes!
Da 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 da